into the station. I don't even know if I added them to the. Nope, I sure didn't. Yeah, we're gonna phase this thing out. Hey, what's happening, Johnny G? Happy birthday, baby! We see you. Where did Johnny G say he was? Oh, I see you. All right, Johnny G. Appreciate you, Brody. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Happy birthday.
Hey,
Okay.
yo.
Let's go. Back at the home studio.
Yeah, man. It's like the Packers in the mid 90s. They used to play home games at 2 locations. Used to play at Lambeau, and then they used to play at Milwaukee County Stadium or something where the Brewers used to play.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Brewers got a new stadium, and I think they nixed that whole thing. That's how we are.
Yes,
we're not like the Packers right now.
Oh no, we're not. Yeah, it didn't take long.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Hey. Wow.
Yeah. We got some things to talk about. Probably more tomorrow than today, but
those are fire. I gotta give them that one. Those are fire. Might have to get a Tatum. No, I'm not getting a Tatum. Even though that's my boy. That's my boy. I ain't getting no Celtics jersey. Stop it, Jesse. Funny. Stop it.
That's funny. Night mode and day mode. That's funny. Hey, guys, hang on 1 second. All right. Okay.
That's the only damn thing that matters.
Kenny had his baby shower yesterday. Pissed. Managed to be angry. Like, man, hey, is everybody here for you? No, I hate football.
It was a terrible afternoon.
Damn shame. See, he could say that now. He couldn't say that yesterday in front of company, but now he can say yesterday sucked. He was just.
I hate football. I hate football.
Oh, man. Yeah, Kenny was hating football. Yeah, Kings Nation, baby. I don't know if that's a thing, but let's go with it.
I don't know.
I
don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
I don't know. If the
one of Ramsey's 70 football teams actually won. Finally beat the Niners for once.
Oh, what was Ramsey's first message of the day? Oh, let's see. I don't know. More beautiful sight that the LA getting pieced out in San Diego, or the physicality the Falcons unleashed on the San Francisco football team.
Oh, that's what's going on.
Boy,
I just realized what the issue is. I said, what the hell? I got it. Hold on. Oh, don't do that. I was like, what the hell?
Don't do that.
There we go. It's like the lighting
fell
off. Yeah. I was on the wrong camera.
Oh, yeah. It was like, whoa. 1320 can't get the StreamYard upgrade. Kenny can. Just not those other two dummies. Pino.
Yeah, Ramsey. Yeah, your team won, man. Your team won, Ramsey. Good for them.
One of them. Yeah.
One of his teams.
Your other team is ass, and they got worse today. And that's not. I mean, that's
which
not
one are you referring to?
Arizona.
Yeah, that's his team. You think they got worse today, huh?
Well, they lost two. They lost the starting left tackle. They lost Marquise Goodwin.
Well, I was thinking they just got.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's not good at all. But they got Robbie Anderson.
I was telling Jesse. I thought they traded Robbie Anderson during the game.
Man,
I got that clip of him getting thrown to the locker room. I was like, did they trade this man during the game?
That's what it looked like they wanted to do.
Yeah.
He was out of pocket, too.
By the way, despite last week's mishap, very confident we could do a Kanye of the culture again.
Oh, my gosh.
Not that we have to. I was just when I saw that thing today, I was like, wow,
we could do that. We can
do this again.
Mm-hmm.
What's good, baby? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, or at least a better one than my partner did, as we welcome you in here to the October 17th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
I'm back. Soundboard is back for a day.
Okay. For a day. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, buddy. Enjoy it. If you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, if you're scrolling through your Twitter timeline and you see us, we appreciate you stopping in and hanging out. There's so much to talk about. Of course, we'll talk about the 49ers getting doubled up by the Atlanta Falcons yesterday. That was tough. That was tough. It is a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. We'll get to the San Francisco 49ers and the week in the NFL as the day continues. How about the Philadelphia Eagles, man? Fly, Eagles, fly. Still undefeated. Tomorrow's power rankings are going to be fun because I got to give respect where it's due. And we'll do that tomorrow as I started working on these. I started working on these in about the second quarter last night. Eagles are up like 21-0. I was like, I'm going to start working on these power rankings right now because at NFC East, man, and the Cowboys obviously made a comeback and made the game a little bit interesting. But that's a good division, man, with a couple of good football teams, and that includes the New York Giants, which is something I wasn't sure about headed into the weekend. But the big story is, the NBA is back, baby. The regular season tips off tomorrow with that doubleheader on TNT. And then, of course, we're just waiting for Wednesday night to get here when the undefeated Sacramento Kings take on the Portland Trailblazers at the Golden One Center. The Kings wrap up their perfect preseason by destroying the Los Angeles Lakers Friday night in front of a sold-out Golden One Center.
It was in the building on a Friday night.
And it was the next day that the final cuts were announced, or it was actually the final cut, singular. Sam Merrill is out. So Chime Moneki made it. Delhi made it. There was some speculation as to whether our guy Freeport, Shemezi Metu, was going to make it. They're all in. Sam Merrill is out, in addition to Quinn Cook and Kent Bazemore. And the 15-man roster is set.
It's set, man. And, man, this team, I want to go back to Friday just a little bit because you talked about a sold-out Golden One Center.
Yeah.
Usually when you get that, and I know they're there. Well, usually when you get that, especially Kings Lakers, it's a lot of Laker fans there. And there wasn't much to cheer about on Friday night, but it wasn't that. It didn't feel like it was that on Friday night. It felt like a lot of Kings fans showed up on Friday night. They got a little buzz around this team. They're feeling good about this team, and they're excited.
Friday night, perhaps they just got a little buzz, period.
Well, that's why we love Friday nights. That's why we love
Friday night. It's just Friday night downtown, baby. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely. But they were there. I mean, there wasn't 10,000 in Golden One Center and then another 7,000 outside. No, they were in the building. They were ready to go, and it was good to see. And they were treated to something on Friday night, even if it was just preseason.
Oh, that's all right, though. It was beautiful.
You beat the hell out of people. Laughed at me. I'm
gonna encourage you to say it. This is one time and one time only.
Kings smashed them boys on Friday night.
I still don't like it. I still don't like it. I thought if I got behind it, I'd like it more. I actually don't.
No, you need. I mean, that's what we did. And I told you guys what was going to happen in the preseason. People thought I was crazy. I said, I'm not just talking. I'm talking about every time we see them.
Okay.
I'll smack the Lakers up this year. Lakers aren't good.
I like that. Smack that. No, bruh, they're really not. Like, no, I just look at these people sideways when they write about Russell Westbrook and how this organization can move forward without him and all this other. That team is not good. It's not good. That doesn't have nothing to do with Russell Westbrook. It's just a team with and without Russell Westbrook. It's not good.
Yeah.
That's a bad basketball team right there. They are a long, long way from, I mean, we keep saying you get a healthy Anthony Davis. Man, you get a healthy Anthony Davis that's like peak Anthony Davis. That's what you need. Just being healthy and being on the floor, I don't think is going to be enough. You're going to need high-end Anthony Davis to get the job done for that team this year.
Nah, man, if you get healthy Anthony Davis, that means you're a lock for the play-in.
Yeah.
If you're Lakers.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if he's not healthy, and like you talked about prime Anthony Davis, you're probably missing it again. And I know LeBron James is LeBron. LeBron is going to be phenomenal again this year. I'll say that. I don't expect anything different. But there's just not enough on that roster. Even if you think Russ should play a different way or he plays better, there's not enough on that roster. Pat Bev, he's not good enough. Kendrick Nunn, he's not good enough. Lonnie Walker's already hurt. They're not good enough.
No, and you know what? That's not our problem.
I love it.
That's not our problem. We'll let Belo and JC in Los Angeles figure that out because we don't care nothing about that. There is some. I don't know. The Kings are media availability will be here shortly for the Sacramento Kings at practice. We'll check in with James. James, of course, will be with us the final hour of the show. But we'll check in on him with media availability coming up here in about 10 minutes. But Keegan Murray is questionable for Wednesday's debut because back like it never left are the health and safety protocols.
Oh, boy.
Keegan Murray has entered health and safety protocols. Okay. I don't even know what that means anymore. Like what? So I don't know what that means. I don't know what the timeline is for it. I don't know nothing as it pertains. I know absolutely nothing as it pertains to health and safety protocols in today's current NBA.
I'm not sure either, to be completely honest with you. I hope he's okay. I hope there's nothing,
I mean, from social media yesterday, we couldn't be a part of it because we were celebrating Baby Caraway, but FanFest, he phoned in on FanFest and FaceTimed and sang happy birthday to Rashawn Holmes. So I don't think he's laid up or anything like that, but there is, there are protocols in place for this stuff. So again, I have no idea what they are. I forgot like a year and a half ago. So I'm not sure.
Hey, just hope he's okay, and speedy recovery. And even then, I guess we talked about this before. That means he did test positive for COVID, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
They don't.
I don't think
have to say that, but that's kind of unless it's a contact tracing situation.
But I don't think that's still a thing, though.
No,
I don't think so. I don't know. They told me COVID was over. I want a refund because they told me it was
it's over in Knoxville.
Oh God! Well, it's coming back with a vengeance tomorrow. COVID in Knoxville. That's gonna be back. Oh man! It's scheduled for later on in the show. I can't wait to talk about that. That was awesome. So we'll keep an eye on Keegan Murray. And with that said, all signs seem to be pointing towards KZ Okpala starting on Wednesday night versus the Portland Trailblazers. Now, Keegan wasn't available on Friday versus the Los Angeles Lakers. What that would have meant for Mike Brown, I'm not really sure. But KZ Okpala ultimately did start, and I feel like that probably would have been the case no matter what. But that's just pure speculation on my part. But all signs are pointing to KZ Okpala being the starting four on Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, let's see it. Let's see it. I want to see what this team looks like. Keegan hasn't been ruled out for Wednesday. They're still waiting to see how that plays out. So, hopefully, I don't think he would start because, everything that's going on, but hopefully he's around and he can play. And, we can see him with the second unit, all this other stuff. But I'm ready. I'm ready to see KZ in that starting lineup and see this group with him. I think it works pretty well. And I don't know if it's a long-term solution. I don't know if it's something that they're going to continue to do. I'm just saying I want to see it. I want to see it for a few games. I like what he brings to the table with that group.
I thought he played really well Friday. My stream was significantly better on Friday because I don't get the free league pass on my television.
Yeah, I was able to watch it on TV. Sorry, Uncle V.
Didn't even invite me over or nothing. I'm sitting here watching it. With
2 trips to Elk Grove in 1 weekend. Now that would be excessive.
Well, maybe a little bit, but still, I would have because I couldn't turn the game off. I was just beating their ass. Like I cannot turn away from this. He just beat the absolute dog crap out of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah. You love to see it.
Sabonis was playing late too. It's not like the Kings went up and like everyone just kind of shut it down and the Lakers shut it down. Like Sabonis was playing pretty late. Bron didn't play.
Yeah, Bron shut it down early. Hey, how many points did Sabonis have last night or Friday?
10.
Oh yeah, we actually know now, right?
Oh, we know now. Yeah, we know now. Yeah, we didn't.
That was crazy.
That was
nuts.
Well, it was even stranger that Bleacher Report pushed out the Kings win, beat the Lakers, and it said like Darren Fox 0 points, Domantas Sabonis 0 points, LeBron James 0 points. Oh,
nuts.
Yeah,
nuts. We got we got. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say because it ties in. I didn't realize Trey Lyles had 17 until Saturday morning.
I don't know. I didn't know nothing until later on.
I knew it just felt like everybody was scoring. So, like it wasn't like, oh, look at that. Trey's got 17. KZ Okpala wound up having 8. It was like, I didn't think anything of it until Saturday morning. I was like, yo, what?
Had no clue until Saturday morning. We got so much to talk about with the Sacramento Kings as the season is here. We're getting ready for the season. But real quick, Damian, like we have a sports calendar, right? And like in real life calendar, you have Thanksgiving, right?
Mm-hmm.
And unlike Christmas and Halloween, Thanksgiving is on a different day every year, right? Some days it's the 25th, some days 26th, 28th, whatever the case may be. It's a number of different days, right? Well, there's a sports day that's like that, right? Some days it's October 15th. Some days it's October 11th. Lord. Some days October 17th, maybe even the 20th. Maybe. I mean, that only happens like once or twice, but maybe even the 20th, right? But just like Thanksgiving, we get it every year.
Yeah.
Every year. Okay. It never misses.
I know.
And that is Dodger Elimination Day. So long, Dodgers. Shout the season, man. We will be playing. We will be saying goodbye to the Dodgers 4 times today. That was 1, 4 for each decade it's been since they won a World Series.
My partner got so excited he forgot we have to go to the Sports Center update. Let's go to the Sports Center desk. Did you get we got the call? Did you get the call? Did you see that note in the rundown? Did you see the rundown?
Oh, yes, yeah. I didn't know what you were talking about. Yeah.
I heard the radio call. I was like, oh, he'll probably want to. This could be a good spot.
Yeah. I have.
If not, I'm sure I can find it on Twitter.
No, I got it queued up. I don't have it recorded, but I got it queued up. I just have to pod up. I don't know if that's easier.
Yeah, I'll just be quiet. Yeah, I'll just be quiet when we do it. It's a ways away, but still.
Yeah.
Exercise both muscles, I guess. We're back in studio tomorrow, by the way, for those who were wondering.
Mm-hmm.
Back in studio tomorrow. James, we're going to have an extended Kings Countdown show on Wednesday. I think James is going to come in right after shoot around. Yeah, it's gonna be a really good week, man. It's gonna be a really, really good week.
It'll be fun.
It is. Indeed it is. especially when you compare it to the other one that was going on.
They don't love you like that.
Yeah, keep hitting that thumbs up, man. Appreciate it. You guys are on top of it. It's pretty early. Hey, I know someone who has used your service before. Hit the thumbs up while you're on YouTube, please. Yo, kudos to Jason Jones if he doesn't cancel his appearance tomorrow, because he knows that's going to be tough. And I know there ain't no way Jason's going to cancel that appearance.
Hey, man, I ain't got nothing to say, man. We all know what it is. It's almost to the point where it's like, it's whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, we already know what's going to happen. I told you guys months ago what was going to happen. Just like last year, I told y'all months ago. I told y'all what was going to happen.
They won 111 games and 106 games and have absolutely nothing to show for it.
Nothing to show for it.
That's wild. Just wild.
They fall like a deck of cards every time.
Miss P, I'm waiting for 2 pieces of sample merch to be delivered, and I think they both arrive today. If they do, new merch goes up tomorrow. Everything will be on sale starting tomorrow, and obviously, through the Kings game and stuff. So all our Corners of the Culture merch, our new D'Lo and Casey Kings designs will drop. Everything should be ready tomorrow if the mail cooperates today. Yeah, I ordered a few pieces of merchandise without putting it on the website. Like, I had to order it because I wanted to see what it looked like. I got this great shirt. The material's amazing. It's almost like, it's not tie-dye, but it's like it's kind of like that. It's purple with the purple D'Lo and Casey logo on it. It just runs really small. So I'll have to put like a disclaimer on it. Like, if you want it to be a snug fit, order 1 size up. If you want a big fit, you got to order 2 sizes up. But it came in really small, but it looks and feels incredible. And your stuff, actually, I think your stuff arrives today.
It's lit.
Yeah, I think your requested attire arrives today.
It's lit.
I love this. Delivery Joe, Miss P, two of our biggest customers, one after another. They keep the lights on for D'Lo and Casey, that's for sure.
Always love, man.
I've never felt anything more than this message right here from Raul.
Oh, man.
Dodgers are the James Harden of baseball.
Ooh. No. Yankees won in 2009. What do you mean it doesn't count? No, a 60-game season doesn't count. That counts.
TC, are you trying to say Shanahan?
Yeah, Shanahan's wearing it pretty well today. I think people are kind of, once again, jumping off the deep end with that Shanahan stuff.
Oh, okay. Technically, yes, but really, you really got to look at that title win a little sideways.
Nah, bro. I can't co-sign that. 60-game season. They played all games in one spot. It was an AAU tournament, like I said all the time. At the very least, with the NBA, there was a 72-game season up until COVID. They played 60 games. Oh, that's what we asking for, Young Cove? That's what we asking for.
Nice.
We might have to figure something out, Young Cove. We might have to figure something out, man. Right.
Man, we got so much going on today. Everybody in the chatty house excited for particular parts of the show. My co-host excited for a particular part of the show. Phone lines are open for you, by the way, all day. James will be with us at 3:00. We'll check in at practice here as the day progresses. But yeah, you can get at us 916-909-1320. Of course, a great way to interact with the show in real time is twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. You could jump right there with the band of characters known as the Chatty House. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore, and we'll get to the 49ers when it's time.
Man, yeah, we got to get to the Niners for sure. I just want to give a shout out to my partner, to my producer. You know what I'm saying? Coming out, Elk Grove, celebrating, young little baby girl Caraway. Just big ups to you guys, man. Appreciate it, man.
Of course, man. Family first. I'd love to have posted pictures from the event, but they're all. But we put Cheryl in Elk Grove in charge of photography, and she was doing it on this phone that like folds in half.
It's a new Samsung joint. It's a new Samsung joint.
It's cool. Like she was like, can you post this picture? Like, yeah, you've got to send it to me first. So I just kept my phone in hand, just waiting for that text from Cheryl in Elk Grove. Never arrived. So as far as y'all know, the celebration of baby Caraway never happened, but it did, and we got some great pictures. And maybe one day when Cheryl in Elk Grove pulls them off of her phone that folds in half, she'll send them to us. But
I don't even have them either.
There you go. That's what, and every time someone Cheryl, she'd come over and take the pictures, and I guess never to be seen again. I guess they're gone forever.
One day we'll get them. But Sherelle, aka
y'all should have seen Kenny's house too. It was overlooking.
Wait a minute, that wasn't my house.
Oh, that wasn't your house?
That wasn't even a house. First of all,
I thought that was just an extension of the compound. I was about to say they had an Olympic-sized pool outside, just a big old lake that he shared with his poor neighbors. I was like, man, that's really nice of Kenny to share his personal lake with everybody.
Hey, that was something yesterday. That was something.
Yeah.
It was a clubhouse. So
it was your clubhouse.
Everybody has a clubhouse.
It was the Caraway Clubhouse. That's what it said right outside.
Caraway is not on the name of that.
I don't know. That's what I saw. Jesse obviously saw it too. It was a Caraway Clubhouse.
See, that's why I'm telling you, boy, the media, man, they see one thing and they just take off, man. You never know, man. You never know who's saying what.
It's nice of you to share your personal lake with the neighbors in Elk Grove. Herb says, what did you get the baby? A little baby tracksuit?
Oh, I mean,
yeah. Why are you in my business? Well, maybe there's a few gifts from Nike.com on the way to the Caraway.
I mean, just shout out to all the people that have expensive taste. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, like your mother. Your mother started demanding. Your mother was demanding of a gift that she wanted from me on Christmas Day. I was like, okay. She was like, look, D-Lo, all I want is this. I want a little, and I'll leave the brand out of it, a little zip up wallet, and then in a bag like that one.
She was out of control.
Well,
she was out of control.
Oh, I love your mom, man. She's the best. She's the absolute best. But the vibes were high in the Caraway Clubhouse yesterday, just as the vibes were high for Kings fans all weekend as the Sacramento Kings wrap up their second consecutive perfect postseason. I mean, nothing went wrong last year after they went 4-0. So what could possibly go wrong this year? By the way,
they'll be ready.
I don't know how tapped in you were, like if you were locked in. But did you see Mike Brown called the timeout 2 minutes into the game again?
I heard about that. I didn't see it, but I heard about that. All right, Mike, let's settle down.
It's like,
let's settle down at this point.
Like if someone misses a defensive assignment Wednesday, is he going to call timeout 2 minutes in?
I'd be like, wait a minute, sir. I thought this was a preseason thing.
This is right. This is the time for it. This is where you do it. You correct those mistakes. But man, he had to correct that mistake like 4 times. And that's all right. We know what this defensive team, we know what this team is defensively. So, hey, he's going out there trying to correct it. It's just like you basically have 4 chances to do that stunt and 82 to not.
Right.
And running it back that, like, maybe you could do it in game 15 or game 20, but running that out there game number 1 after you did it in like 3 of the 4 postseason games or preseason games, that could be tough.
Yeah, I would. I mean, look, it's his team. They seem to obviously like really buy into him and really believe in everything he's saying. So maybe it would work just fine with him doing that in the regular season, but I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's effective. I just don't think you can do it over and over and over and over again.
I agree.
I think we talked about this before. Like you could. I think you could get away with it 10 games from now, and it'll work and be very effective. I don't think you could do it Wednesday.
I agree.
And I certainly don't think you could do it Wednesday and Saturday. Yeah, right.
You use them all up. Like you said, you have to power up again to get to, you probably takes about 7 to 10 games to power up. It's like Damien's spaceship. You just, can't just run it into the ground. You got to charge it up so it can float across the city of Sacramento.
No one believes you when you do this.
It's the truth.
No one believes you when you do that. I would like to point out, for those who haven't picked up on the bit, your spaceship is actually newer. So let's stop. Do you think the Kings I don't think there's anything wrong with evaluating what you see in the preseason. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think there's value in it. I don't think, it's weighted to a certain degree in that it is preseason, and that a lot of teams aren't putting a lot of teams. They're trying to figure things out too. Talk about Portland. I think Portland. I don't think Portland's a good basketball team, or a particular I certainly don't think they're a top 6, 7, maybe even 8 team. Like they're a team that, as of right now, I believe is in the same exact tier as the Sacramento Kings, maybe a smidge bit below, but they're trying things out too.
Yeah,
it's just theirs wasn't as effective as the Sacramento Kings. One thing I think is interesting, talk about the Blazers, you talk about the Lakers, you talk about teams that are in the tier of the Kings. Those are 2 bad defensive teams. Portland's awful. Defensively, they're awful. Only bailed out by how bad the Kings have been for as long as the Kings have been bad. And what was Darvin Ham's whole thing all off season? After his hire, we're going to play defense. We're going to commit to the defensive end. Yeah, that's cool. Did you run that by the King? And LeBron can play defense. You run that by AD? Did you run that by Rob Pelinka, who just got extended for reasons known to absolutely nobody? Have you run that past your roster? Because Monty and Mike have much more control over this roster, putting together this roster and having a style of play that they wanted on the basketball floor and being able to implement that with players who can play that style. Darvin Ham is trying to come in with guys who they have a style of play. And it's like, no, but you're going to play mine. Right. And like you went and got Patrick Beverly, which is cool, but they're trying things out. The Blazers are trying things out. Both of those teams fell flat. The Sacramento Kings trying things out. It's working for them. There's nothing wrong with evaluating that and saying, this is working for the Kings. But now the question is, what have you truly learned this preseason that you could take into the regular season?
And I think to your point, Mike Brown has done a good job of, it feels like at least, towing the line a little bit when you talk about Darvin Ham and what he's doing. I don't know what Darvin Ham's doing, so I want to be perfectly clear with that. Not in a disrespectful way, but I don't have any knowledge of it. But it feels like Mike Brown is doing a really good job of implementing what he's trying to do and still playing towards his personnel, so to speak, and also letting his coaches do what they do. Mike Brown is good at his job in defense and implementing a defensive system and implementing that culture. But he's still saying, hey, Fox, I want you to go out there and be the scorer that you are. Maybe even getting a KZ Okpala in there is a way to say, look, I'm not going to ask Darren Fox to be Gary Payton out there. I'm gonna help him out a little bit. I need him to be better, but I also understand who he is. You know what I mean? And his strengths and weaknesses. And as good as a defender as I think he could be, like I think he could be better. I know he's not a great defender. Plus, we're asking him to do a lot on offense. So for me to come in here and say, "Hey, I need you to turn into, the best defender on the team," that's crazy. I'm gonna let him do him. I'm gonna let him understand what he should be doing out there, and I'm gonna help him out with the pieces around him to be a better defensive player and a team overall. So I think he's doing a really good job. It seems like, as to implementing what he wants to do, but still understanding the personnel that he has.
I thought Sabonis was really good defensively on Friday. And maybe that's the wrong way of putting it. I thought Sabonis was really loud defensively. Like, we asked who could be the anchor. Like, if you're going to be a defensive team, like if that's the plan, if that's your idea moving forward, who is going to anchor this thing? Mm-hmm. And James would regularly say, and I think you point this out too, Tobias is a leader. Like, he's vocal. You'll see him pulling guys together. He looked like he was directing a lot of traffic on Friday. Yeah. And that, to me, more than the ability of KZ Okpala, more than the just incredible smothering ability of Davion Mitchell, having that attribute from one of your two tippy top players, that's a big deal. I think that's a big deal for that starting group, and I think that's a big deal for this roster, period, to have one of your top guys be that committed to the defensive end and that vocal.
Yeah, man, and that's, I always feel like that's that's a lot of what defense is. It's not everything. You need guys that actually execute and do some stuff out there defensively. But a lot of it, to me, has always been communication, constant communication. And these are things that you're taught. I'm teaching now to 9-year-olds. You know what I mean? These are things that you should know forever playing the game of basketball. And when I would see these guys out there in the last few years with the defense that they had, whether it's Luke Walton's fault or, like me, I'd put it on the players personally. I mean, it was just unacceptable how quiet it would be a lot of the times on the defensive end. How there wouldn't be a lot of communication. You could hear the coaches a lot louder than you could hear the players. Mm-hmm. And to see now a guy like Sabonis on the back end, and, other guys are doing it as well. Okpala and Fox, I've seen him do it as well. But you were talking specifically about Sabonis. To see that, man, that warms my heart. That absolutely warms my heart.
Well, what warms my heart?
That would help a whole lot of stuff. Just talk.
What warms my heart?
What's that?
Triple doubles.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Sabonis damn near had one. 10, 12, and 9. 0 turnovers in that game for Sabonis. Lots of fouls for Domas, but 0 turnovers in that near triple-double effort from Domas. Again, he played 27 minutes. Harrison Barnes played 27 minutes in that game. Darren Fox played 24 minutes. I love that Mike Brown wasn't swayed by, it's not our fault the Lakers stink. We've got to get ready for we've got to get ready for
the season.
We've got to get ready for the season. We got to get ready for Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I play these guys, man. And I did say in my head, after a few minutes in the third, when LeBron was out and they were beating the Lakers by 95 points.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, we don't, my bad. Don't want to short him on that.
I got you. It was 96.
I did say to myself, like, all right, get Fox out. They came back from a commercial break and Fox was still in there. I was like, all right, get these guys out of here. Point made. You guys are ready.
It was 36-23. These were the quarter scores. 36-23, 29-21, 30-18, and then 38 in the final quarter. 38-24.
Jeez. They beat the brakes off them boys.
And it looked like a couple guys wanted to fight. Like Malik Monk was ready to go. Yo, I've found this great still shot of Harrison Barnes where there's no way you can't caption it. Harrison Barnes is about to whoop somebody's ass. Like it's probably the greatest picture of Harrison Barnes ever taken. I'll pull it from and post it on Twitter. It's like, oh, Harrison's gonna go right here. This is it. You all broke Harrison Barnes. He's gonna snap right here.
Now, see, I might have missed it. When was he about to fight? Do you know?
Oh, I don't even know when the still shot was taken. I don't think he was ever about to fight. It's just a still shot.
What
like I
had him feeling
the
that way?
Oh, who knows? I don't know. Maybe he thought he should have been up by 100. It's probably Buddy. He's still wondering why the hell Buddy took that shot with 14 seconds left on the game clock from 3/4 of the court. That will.
If you want to sponsor, this time it was me, the unsolicited shot at Buddy Hield.
If you would like to sponsor our daily shots at Buddy Hield, you can contact rich.ripley@odyssey.com. For you and your business, this is a sponsorship opportunity for you. Email Rich right now, rich.ripley@odyssey.com, and tell him that your business would like to sponsor the Daily Buddy Slander.
Buddy, I want to apologize because that
was uncalled for.
I try to leave you alone, buddy.
It was uncalled for. That man ain't bothering nobody. He's just faith, love, and happiness, or whatever his tweet is.
I haven't seen Buddy this year. I don't think. No, I haven't seen him. Somebody said he looks really slim. Who was I talking to?
Slim?
Yeah, like he lost weight. Who was I talking to?
Why? Oh boy, shredded. Like there was never a problem with Buddy being in shape.
No, there wasn't. I forgot who I was talking to. I talked to so many people over the
James Ham. This just in. Kevin
Welcome
Huerter back. I mean, not necessary, but if you want to, like it's right here. Kevin Huerter back at practice this morning. Keegan Murray, not. We'll have more from Mike Brown soon from James Ham.
Okay.
We got Kevin Huerter back at practice today.
We got to see Fox and Monk in the backcourt. I've been waiting 5 years to see this.
I know you have. Yeah. I thought about you.
Got a nice little something out there. I was like, all right, look at my boys, man. Kentucky's back. Let's go.
I thought about you when that tweet came out. Like, oh, my man's happy. My man's happy.
I'm playing the game back in the home studio right now. Tip off, the Lakers get the ball. There's a defensive stop. Kings go down and score. There was a backdoor for the Lakers on the next possession. Timeout. Mike Brown.
Shut up, dude. You're just showing off. You're just showing off because you know I can't watch the game.
Well, I mean, I'm just here to provide.
I did inquire about our synergy account. Like, hey,
how'd that conversation go?
As usual, person was like, I don't know. I don't do the video edits. I'll find out and get back to you. I ain't never going to hear another word about it. Like I might get our synergy account back in a month if I like pin that. Hey, did you ever get the synergy password back? Brother starving over here. We could really.
You got any of those synergy clips? Hey, that reminds me. I posted it on Twitter that somebody had the meme and it was like, hey, you got any more of those 60-game seasons?
Leave the Dodgers alone. Leave the Dodgers alone.
You got any more of those 60-game seasons?
Well, maybe leave both LA teams that won titles that year alone because the other one hasn't fared well out of the bubble either. Oh, by the way, Darren Fox had 21 also.
Come on, man.
So
he had 21 in how many minutes, though? Because I know at one point he had 17 and 19 minutes. And he probably played, what, 20? How many minutes?
I feel like I literally just said it 2 minutes ago and can't remember. 24. He had 21 and 24 minutes, 8 of 14 shooting.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
3 of 6 from the foul line. However,
that's not what I'm talking about. It's 27.8. Making free throws, 27 on the night.
No, that'd be 24. You mixed up the numbers. It was 21 points in 24 minutes. Or I mixed up the numbers. My mistake. 21 points in 24
points.
But team 72.4%. I know that probably doesn't move you, but I do believe it's the only one of the 4 preseason games that they actually shot out of the 60s.
I mean, all right, I guess that's an improvement. I guess.
48% from 3. They had, so what were the 20 and 21 are the amount of what did they do? Let's see, what did they do against the Lakers the first time? 9-3. Oh yeah, that was the 9 of 39 game from 3-point range. So they had 9 21 in the game against Portland, and then that ugly game against Phoenix, they had 14. So they hit 20 plus threes twice in the preseason. Again,
I don't think that's going to be like who they are. Like they're not going to hit 20 a lot, but like I said, I expect 15 to 17 threes a night.
Well, I can't do math, but that's got to be pretty close, right? Because it was 21. Yeah, it was 21, 20. I think 14 and 9. It's got to be somewhere in the vicinity of that 17 number.
Will Z, where are you?
Or anyone with a calculator. Like it doesn't even have to be Will Z. You just need a calculator to put that one
where
together.
Are you?
or you have to have minor competence in math, and you could put that together. None of those things we in fact have. But that first Lakers game really, I mean, and that Laker game, which they end up winning by a lot.
Was that a 30-point win? I think it was
a 30-point win. Yeah, they beat the Lakers by, was it 77 points over the 2 games?
Damn.
They beat the Lakers by, and I feel the need to point this out too. This wouldn't be nearly as like funny or comical, or we wouldn't be making jokes about it if we thought the Lakers were a real title contending team. It's like, oh, whatever, they're going to be in the finals. But the fact that they're not, and they're probably just as good as the Sacramento Kings, makes the fact that they lost by 77 in the preseason over 2 games enjoyable.
Yeah. I feel bad for my boy LeBron, though, going out bad right now.
LeBron's going to be just fine. He's going to average 28.8 points per game.
This is your king, Jesse? This is your king?
Oh, don't do that.
Never happened to Mike.
Don't do that. Mike played for the Wizards. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you guys never want to talk about that. Mike was playing with Kwame Brown and those guys.
He was like 47.
He not only did he play with Kwame Brown because he drafted Kwame Brown.
It's like 47 years old. Doesn't count.
Don't start that conversation again. We'll come back. We got our ceiling is the roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll head to Atlanta.
Oh man, get ready, Damian. Do some push-ups. Do the rope thing. Do that because we're gonna have to play.
We're gonna have to what? Oh, we're gonna have to play. Oh, I got you. Yeah, we might. I got some ropes in the back. It's Steele KC, Sacramento sports leader here, ESPN 1320. Try something real quick here, guys. Let's hit that. Try the little trick we used at the studio. Wait, let me go to change this account real quick. James. There's De'Aaron. All right, y'all. Let us know how this works.
Wow.
James. Oh, that work. Okay, that's there. Now y'all get sound from practice here. Y'all getting this? Getting the sound? You got it? All right, Kyron. There we go. Oh, maybe Kyron's responding to somebody else. Just let me know. Just let me know if y'all okay. Quiddy Q. Okay. All right. It only It only took 2 years and not working at home to figure it out, but we got it. Good stuff. All
right. Somebody asked a question. JY, do they allow cowbells in the games? I think so, but also
they do.
They don't allow them more, but they give like cowbells out sometimes. And then remember, that was the big thing about that app. It was supposed to have a cowbell on it. The Kings app.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still a thing.
I don't think that they allow cowbell still. Okay, Peyton no better than me. Oh, I saw that. Woo. I mean, I didn't see it live, but I saw it.
Woo! There was two of them. There was 2 KOs of the year nominees. Did you see him, Jesse? Saturday was crazy. I didn't literally the only thing that I was really like super locked in for and got a chance to like do what I do was the Dodgers collapse. That was it. Other than that, I was all over the place all weekend.
Oh, I was all over that.
I missed that. I know what happened. Saw highlights.
I was all over that.
A lot of people, not a lot of people, a couple of people were hitting me up yesterday on Twitter. They're like, "Damn, KC quiet on Twitter because the Niners lost." Settle down.
I saw that. I was like, yeah. That's it. That's why he's quiet on Twitter.
Yeah, settle down, everybody. I've been on Twitter plenty of times when the Niners are getting smacked around. This wouldn't be the one that breaks me. Somebody's like, weak sauce. Settle down. Oh man. It is a sign of like the times though. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're not on Twitter, then you're hiding from the smoke or all this other stuff. No, sometimes that's what people do. Sometimes it's just not that serious. There's other things going on.
Mm-hmm. Charles Barkley has agreed to a 10-year deal with TNT.
They said
well north of $100 million.
We ain't signing Draymond, so we got to figure out what else we're gonna do here. TC, what are you talking about? Actually, to be honest with you, the 3 times they lost this year, one I was coaching for an hour or two after the game, for the Bears game. I was driving from Fresno after the Broncos game, and yesterday I had a baby shower, so it's not like I'd be tweeting up a storm if I was around, but I wasn't even around. And you know what, to be honest with you, that's the issue. That's the issue. I'll blame myself. I'll tell you guys when we come back. I'll tell you. I got it. I got it.
Live. I looked at the chat at the wrong time.
Uh-oh.
Live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. We're gonna get to the 49ers here, but I did see some of these tweets. Yo, Kenny real quiet when the 49ers lose. And we were pointing out, like, yeah, Kenny wasn't on Twitter because he was entertaining millions and millions of Kenny Caraway fans and family members at a baby shower. And I just happened to glance over to the chatty house when I see Pompo the Guru tweet. Well, tweet about the baby shower then. And if the Guru had been here earlier, he would have known. We would have posted pictures from the baby shower. But none of us have them. They are isolated on one phone that folds in half, and their distribution is at the mercy of Cheryl and Elgrove.
Or
stop ducking the smoke, Kenny.
Or I wouldn't tweet about the baby shower. Okay, I am from another culture. What Mike Tyson told us that one time. Where is it at?
Listen, I'm from a different culture.
I'm from a different culture. Like I don't have to tweet and Instagram everything that I'm doing all the time.
Coward, why you ducking the smoke, Kenny? Name the baby Falcon if you was a real one.
If I'm sitting around just watching the game, sure, I'll tweet it out. That's no problem. There's no problem. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But if I'm doing other things, driving, celebrating my soon-to-be born baby girl, I don't need to. Just had some lumpia. I need to tweet that out.
Man,
there's that. But and one of the guys was like, as I was like doing some other stuff, I saw a boxing tweet, and I simply wrote, there was nothing in depth about it. It was something I agreed with, and I quote tweeted and said facts. And the guy goes, like later on in the evening, you tweeted this shortly before kickoff of the 49ers game. Nothing since. Weak sauce. What?
So
what?
I just like to point out, any individual still using the term weak sauce, you've immediately that is just like, yeah, I'm not interacting with this person.
By the way, the lumpia was a bomb. By the way, bomb. Wow. I'm just gonna go order some more, just because. No special occasion, nothing. It was that good. I love.
Oh, is that what was there yesterday?
There's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it was
anything for you.
That white rice was popping. That white rice was really good.
I had some chow mein.
Yeah, there was a couple. There was enough there so your boy didn't pass
I just
out.
thought about that.
No, I was good. I was good. I'm always prepared for those moments, my brother. I'm always prepared.
You know what would have happened though if like somebody would have found out. They're like, oh my gosh, Damien,
are you okay? Are you okay?
The whole party just huddled around Damien at his table. Are you gonna eat? Is that okay? We can get something else.
Do you want some mushrooms? They look good. There's some kale that was at the bottom of the chicken. If we wash it off, do you want to have that?
Have a cookie. Have a cookie.
No, I can't have the cookie either. Like the cookie would do more damage than the chicken would. So, like, no. That's why I don't say anything. Brooke, you gonna go eat? Well, I'm gonna let everybody go first and let them do their thing. It's like, oh, you're so polite. I was like, no, I don't want people hovering around me, and I want to inspect everything that is in there. So go get your food. I'm right behind you.
Had some strawberries and grapes.
That's facts. Some blueberries too. That was good.
Yeah,
that was on point.
But yeah, no, I didn't.
Weak sauce.
I didn't tweet about the game. And by the time everything was done, it was like 9 o'clock. What am I gonna? No, that drop pass.
And no one would have known which one you were referring to, because
that's the killer.
There were so many. We'll get to it.
Yeah. So I do, but I laid it out during the break though, real quick. I did lay it out during the break. And it's on me, guys. Yellow Beezy. It's on me, baby. All right. I just figured out the 3 losses this year from the 49ers. I haven't been locked in, man. I haven't been locked in. You know, the Bears game, I had to coach starting at about 12. So that second half, that's when it went down south. Broncos game, I was on 99 coming back from Fresno, listened to the whole game, wasn't able to tweet, wasn't able to say anything, analyze it, took that loss. Yesterday, baby shower. 3 losses, I ain't been locked in, man. It's on me. Accountability. It's on me. I ain't been locked in, man. I got to be better. I got to be better.
Well, we're going to talk about it. But first,
the ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The ceiling is the roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. An old roof can cause high energy bills. Find out if solar is right for you. Find out if a new roof is right for you. 916-481-7200. John and his wonderful crew will put together a proposal for you. They'll put something together for you. They'll let you know an estimate of what your energy savings could be. Should you go this route of solar, or should you go this route of a new roof? Again, 916-481-7200. We're going to get to the 49ers and the Atlanta Falcons in a minute. But the entire performance of the night goes to good old Rocky Top, Tennessee. The Tennessee Volunteers, for the first time in 15 years. I don't know what this means. The Seattle Mariners streak ended.
Yeah, you know what time it is.
The Tennessee Alabama streak ended. There's only one streak left to end, but this performance of the night goes to the Tennessee Volunteers for ending that drought against Alabama in incredible fashion with a field goal as time expires, and Knoxville turned up
all the way
as they threw the flag. They threw the field goal poles into the Tennessee River. I don't know like what that does or why that is a form of celebration in some cultures. I don't know why my man was riding the field goal pole like it was a pony, but he was, and they were, and they threw that thing into the Tennessee River, and now they're raising money to like buy a new one, and they got fined $100,000 for fans storming the field. And what a night that was for the people in Knoxville.
But
and
you know what?
College football, that was awesome.
That was big time. I mean, and you know, I'm all for I think there does have to be like a safe way to do it. Like I think in some respects, in some situations, they like box off the opposing sideline, so there's a place for the other teams to get off. So I think that should be implemented a little bit more. But I'm all for storming the court, storming the field in college sports. I mean, I understand the health concerns. So if somebody said we're not doing it because of health concerns, I get it. But it's just it looks like pure jubilation.
My thing is always this, especially in basketball, because in basketball I feel like it's really, really dangerous. You want to be on the field, you want to be on the court, that's fine. You have to wait. If your team wants to get off the court, if the coaches let them get off of the floor, let them get off of the field. Let Alabama and Nick Saban get to the locker room, and then when you get the cue, do your thing. That's always my concern, is when you have disappointed football players or a disappointed team, and then a really jacked up fan base.
Could get crazy
in college. getting a little, everybody getting a little too close. Let the opposing team and opposing coaches get to where they got to go. And this is for football or basketball. Wait for the cue from the school or the administrator or whatever. And I mean, like, the people who are at that game, they're going to remember that forever. Like, I don't agree with that. I know it's a spontaneous reaction and that's what you want, but I would just like, they were, I mean, the officers out there stopped short of pulling the gun out to get Nick Saban to the locker room.
Man, yeah, I agree. I agree with everything you're saying, and there's got to be a way. I just sent you. Did you see or pay attention to that? Like the poor refs trying to.
Oh yeah, they got the hell out of there. I saw that. Yeah, I said, oh God. See, that's what I'm talking about. You got to let these people get off the. You got to let these people get off the field. That's got to be scary for them.
Yeah,
those are officials. Yeah, like, let them get out of there.
And I don't know. Like, I know they're kids or whatever, college kids and stuff like that. There's got to be a little common sense there. Let me not do that right there. Can I count to 30 seconds? You know what I'm saying? Like, can I do that? And then let them on. But I think they should have something where they can rope off, this. And we've seen it before. They do it, Now, granted, they probably, a lot of times in those cases, the game's already kind of decided, so they got time to prepare. But even in that situation, all right, Tennessee's going for a game-winning field goal. Get the rope off people right there by the Alabama bench and sideline, and rope off their areas so they can get off. Unfortunately, the poor kids that are still on the field, they've got to work through some stuff. But yeah, man.
But that's probably also hard to do when the field goal goes through with zero time left on the clock, and you really don't know what you're up against if you're a
it's
operations team or whatever.
It's simple. It's simple. We go through this on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If it's a last second field goal, everybody get in position. When the guy spikes the ball to set up the game-winning field goal, you've got 30 seconds to do what we've been working on all week. We got a guy on this sideline, this sideline. The rope is already up against the wall. Pull the rope out and around.
Oh, you're talking about this. You're talking about the building. You're talking about the building people.
Yeah,
the building.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I'm just trying to picture Nick Saban running the storm in the field defense mechanism here.
No, that's on the,
I got you.
The stadium people.
I got you.
The stadium security. Sure. That's on them.
Yeah.
I'm
a little biased, but I enjoyed the hell out of that.
That was really cool, man. Now the crazy thing about that is Tennessee, they're probably going to be top 5 this year. Maybe
it don't mean nothing for Tennessee right now.
What you mean?
They still got to deal with Georgia.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like Bama can lose. Like Bama's fine. Bama's still going to this the SEC championship.
Yeah,
Tennessee got to deal with Georgia.
Yeah, for sure. Bama. This game they're fine. The margin for error is gone now for them.
Mm-hmm.
They can't lose to LSU. They can't lose the SEC championship game.
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee's got to deal with Georgia and get in the SEC championship. But there is a wild scenario where I'm trying to think. Remember, we did this really early last year. But if Tennessee lost to Georgia and won everything else, they wouldn't get in the SEC championship game. And if Georgia beat Alabama, Tennessee might still get in.
They'd have a chance, yeah.
Yeah,
they'd have a chance because you'd have to take Bama out.
Right.
You'd have to take Bama out with 2 losses in a direct one from Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
It would depend on how the rest of the conference is shaked out. I don't know if there's any. Yeah, it's early for that. Well, actually, it's not. But it's really not. Like, what week are we in? Like, we're getting. Well, no, I guess we're probably still 3 weeks away, 2 weeks away from our first.
I think this
BCS,
week. What week is it in the
BCS standing? What year is it? Our first college football playoff ranking standings.
We're going into week 7 of the NFL, so they're going into week 8.
Yeah, so they're coming up. Yeah, no, it's never too early for this stuff.
Yeah.
It's never too early for this stuff.
You see who's probably gonna be top 3? You see what's going on right now? I'm a believer. I'm a believer that it ain't gonna be no different. It ain't gonna be no different Thanksgiving weekend. I don't care if it's at the big house. I don't care if it's at the horseshoe. I don't care if it's on Mars. What we saw last year is gonna be a repeat.
Okay.
Straight up.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2, the real 98 Rock, Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app, on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. Is it too early to panic about what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers?
Only in a sense of the injuries. If they can't find a way to keep people healthy, it might not be it. 7 of 11 starters out yesterday on the defensive end. That's brutal.
That's when the game started.
Yeah.
It ended at 11. They were missing half of their starters by the time the game was over.
Oh no, I was 7 of 11 just on the defense.
Oh, okay.
7 of the 11.
11 of the 22 overall.
Yeah.
They were gone.
So like that's a cause for concern. Yesterday they just lost to Atlanta. You know, I mean, a lot of people talk about the injuries, and that's part of it a little bit. But Atlanta, I know we give Ramsey the flack or whatever the case may be, but he's right. The Falcons just beat the Niners at their own game.
Well, we give Ramsey flack because he has 7 favorite teams.
Yeah, that's the main reason. I mean, this guy, you can't talk
every day. Favorite team is playing like every single. Well, that must been my squad from day one.
Yeah, this guy, man, and I know everybody is, and they're right when they're talking about every team is dealing with injuries, and they're 100% correct. That's why I'm not sitting here talking about injuries like that when it comes to the 49ers, but it is a little bit excessive, for them. There was a stat that I saw yesterday. It was from Fox Sports or something like that. And to be honest with you, you can make the numbers say whatever they want to say. I don't really take with it what you want. But there was something called the NFL bus rankings. It was a banged up score. I don't know how they got this number, but the number one team in the NFL dealt with injuries, right? Number one team with the highest bus score was the Eagles, 89.3. And that means they've been injured the least, I guess. 89.3 for the Eagles was number one. The Niners were dead last with 60.4. Arizona was down there with 60.9. The Saints, 61.5. Injuries happen to everybody. I understand that. They've been a little excessive with the 49ers. Been a little excessive and to key players. Like I don't care what I thought this team could do this season. If you don't have the players I thought you could do them with, it doesn't matter. I didn't sit up here and say this team could go to the Super Bowl if they lose Trent Williams, lose QB1, lose RB1, lose both of their cornerbacks, lose Nick Bosa. Like I didn't say they'll still be good. Like, no, nobody said that. So then that's part of football. Like a lot of football is trying to make it through the season and at least get to the point where you're in the playoffs where you're as healthy as possible. And right now the Niners aren't able to do that. And they're playing a team against like Atlanta who played a perfect game last year. And I don't see that to disparage them. I'm giving them credit. Like they executed flawlessly in all respects, man. And they deserve all the credit in the world.
Well, I think there's a couple of things there. They found a weakness in this version of the 49ers defense, the minus Eric Armstead. And according to our buddy Nick Wagner here, it doesn't appear Armstead's coming back this week. So they knew Armstead was out. They knew Bosa was out. And that was going to put a lot of pressure on Fred Warner, who I felt like was really doing a lot, attempting to do a lot in that game. But they found a weakness in them on that first drive. They started running the ball and it was working. Yeah. Like super effectively. Yeah. And they suddenly were having drives that were taking 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes long. And they just kept running the ball because the 49ers couldn't stop them. And this isn't like, we're not talking like gains of 21 yards or anything like that. We're talking like gains of 5. But they just kept gaining 4 or 5 yards over and over again. That's good enough for a first down every 3 plays and to keep the ball moving forward. And they caught it, they exploited it, and they just stayed with it. They never veered away from it the entire game. Yeah. And the 49ers made other mistakes. This isn't just about injuries. Like they Jeff Wilson, who I guess I shouldn't be so quick to praise Jeff Wilson because he thrives. He's motivated off of me talking bad about him because I praised him all the last week, and then a disastrous, just a terrible outing for him, coughing the ball up that turns into a weird like double fumble touchdown, the other way. And so there were mistakes made on the offensive end for the 49ers, which we'll get to. But I want to stick with the defense a little bit longer because you and I both, while we warned of the dangers of this Atlanta Falcons team on Friday and on Sunday on 49ers game day, I'll ask you, is the breaking point for this defense, because they were without guys last week too. It feels like they've been out without guys all year. Now that might only be a slight exaggeration, but that's what it feels like. Is the breaking point when 97 is gone?
It might be. It might be. Yeah, it might be. I mean, because he's good all the way around. He's good getting to the quarterback. He's also good at stopping the run as well. I mean, he's a phenomenal force out there. It may be the breaking point, but yesterday to me, the biggest parts of that game was, and really the breaking point yesterday for me personally was when Travis Ward went out. because now you're losing both cornerbacks. And I know they didn't pass the ball a lot, but those were the big plays. Immediately after they go out, they start picking on Lenore and Womack. And that's too much. The other thing about that as well is Emmanuel Mosley was really good at stopping the run for a cornerback. Like he did a great job in the run game for that. He's a good tackler and everything like that. So I think it's the combination of them all. Like I feel like if they had the cornerbacks and Bosa was gone, I think they'd still be able to, make it work. But yesterday, like I said, Atlanta played perfect. They played a perfect game. And when you watch the 49ers, sometimes you don't even have to watch the game to know what happens. There's two things to look at: the turnover battle and third down. And if they aren't executing in either one of those two, they were -3 yesterday on the turnovers, and they were 3 for 8 on third down. If they aren't successful in those two areas, they're not quick hitting enough on the offensive end to overcome that. In my opinion, they're just not. So I think Kyle Madsen had a stat yesterday, and this is true. They had a 16-play, 100-yard drive where they scored no points.
Good Lord.
like
Good
that.
Lord.
That's just they can't turn the ball over. And not only yesterday did they turn the ball over, the turnover was a scoop and score.
Led to points,
so you lost 7 points on that one. And then I talked about on all week, I said Marcus Mariota and the Falcons offense, they're not marching down the field 3 times to beat the 49ers. They did it. They did it 3 times. They marched down the field 3 different times and scored. So, yeah, tough loss. It's not the end of the world.
I got good news for you.
What's that?
NFC West is garbage.
No, the NFC. You can say the NFC is garbage, except for I guess the NFC East.
I don't think I don't think the other
too.
I don't think the other 3 directions in the NFC are good. But the NFC West is bad. And shout out to Seattle for just continuing to fight and putting together good football games. Arizona's
about to
not
hit
very good
on those boys.
I don't know that that's true, man. Like
the schedule, the Seahawks about to hit midnight for the Seahawks.
Okay.
About it. Midnight for the Seahawks.
I think midnight on the Cardinals hit last year. They're getting DeAndre Hopkins back, but we mentioned they lost their right guard. They're losing guys here and there. They're not playing well, even when everybody is playing. They're a struggle bus.
I'm laughing because that picture of Cliff Kingsbury in his living room. That was like on draft day or somebody. Yeah. Somebody tweeted out Cliff Kingsbury next week when the Cardinals play the Saints. Next week's watching the Cardinals Saints game.
That's cold.
I said before the season, I said, yo, he's not first coach fired, but
he may not make it. I don't think that's true. I do not think Cliff King. I do not think that's true.
I don't think he should.
He's not getting fired during the season. There's no way Cliff Kingsbury is getting fired during the season.
They better start winning some games.
Before Dan Campbell?
Well, I don't know if he's next or what, but
I don't think he's getting fired during the season. We'll come back. We have a few more football things we want to talk about. We'll dive back into the Kings as well. You'll hear from Chime Monecki and Mike Brown when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Let's see, where is Hammer Sound from Chime?
Where's Rob W? Rob W, that Cowboys offense or defense that was so vaunted, they had everybody there. They were healthy. Got their asses whooped yesterday.
They fought back in it.
Yeah, it was 20-3 early. The vaunted defense.
Yeah.
That vaunted Cowboys defense.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are simple. You smack them in the mouth, they'll fall back.
I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, Trayvon Diggs, he not that dude. Michael Parsons, great ball player.
Diggs isn't that dude.
Tremont Diggs is a playmaker. He's not a great cover corner. He's a playmaker. I'll give him that. But Brandon Ayuk was destroying that man last year in the playoff game, turning him all which ways. So he's not a great cover corner, but his size and athletic ability allows him to be able to make plays.
I mean, Philly only scored once in the second half. Like they cleaned something up there, and
that happens. That you notice how that happens? The Falcons only scored once in the second half too. Were the Niners good on defense yesterday?
Well, they certainly weren't for long enough. They certainly weren't for long enough.
Is he for real?
Tua.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Stephen.
And Kanye's going to announce he bought the Dolphins.
Oh, damn. Continues. Demetrius Flanagan Foles, knee tendonitis, should be fine. Drake Jackson, knee sprain, is day-to-day. Samson Ebukon, Achilles tendonitis, is day-to-day. Man, it sucks, man. But it's football, man. It's football. It's what happens. People are going to get hurt, and you just got to hope. You got to hope that your team's injuries aren't all year long and they recover from them before the playoffs. You can stay above water.
Yeah.
Hurts, probably. Josh Allen, yeah. Josh Allen hurts.
Yeah, I wouldn't call either a front runner. Tom Brady passionately trying to motivate his offensive line yesterday. I love that they all just looked at him like, shut up, asshole. Like, you look ridiculous. Get your old ass out of my face. Like, they're literally just staring at him like, dude, you've got to be kidding me. Get out of my face. See, like, I'm looking at him now.
Looks like,
and other than looking like he just got beat up in a football game, he looks normal. He didn't look like he looked a couple of weeks ago. Jesus. I don't know. He just looked a little more normal. I don't know. Maybe we were making too much of it, or maybe he was really just not good. Maybe he gave up on the TB12 day. Maybe he ate some of that lumpia at Kenny's house.
Oh, that was, man. Yeah. There's some good stuff. Some good stuff.
I
didn't even really get a chance to eat much of anything at the shower.
There are people who I was with who are very big fans of your video, the McQueen video, when you laugh. I had to explain the context, but yeah, that's one of my favorites.
They were at the shower?
Yeah.
Oh. Who was that? Who was it? I don't know, man. It was a whirlwind. I'm just glad I got some clothes on yesterday.
There's some nice ones too.
Oh,
Man, wait till y'all see these pictures.
Some Achilles showing out there.
Sponsored by ContactRich.Ripley. Man, the suitcase. Oh, that's right. That's right. That LV stood for Lake Vuitton. Oh man,
I got a lot of compliments on the belt. A lot of people like the belt.
The belt was nice. I like the pants.
Yeah, the pants. Shout out to the Queen Bee. She saw him. She saw the vision. Yeah.
Oh man, we ride along here. We're gonna get to the Kings. We're gonna hear from Mike Brown here in just a heartbeat. Talked with James Ham about the uncertainty of Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray for their availability on the Wednesday night opener. Philadelphia Eagles, man, stay undefeated. And that NFC West, I mean, we're 6 weeks into the season. At some point, you got to acknowledge them for what they are. Philadelphia 6-0, New York 5-1, and Dallas 4-2. I thought I was a little higher on Dallas yesterday than you were. Obviously, they got going there in the second half. Cooper Rush. No coincidence, Dak Prescott told everybody who would listen he's available to play this week. So I don't know how different the game is if Dak Prescott plays or not, but that Philadelphia Eagles team is legit.
It's a good team. That's a good team, man. I think they're a good team. You know, I look around and I don't see a lot, especially in the NFC. I don't see anything that's insurmountable. You know, talking about that. Even like I'm talking like a Niner fan, but even the Niners got holes.
The Niners are division leaders.
Yeah,
right now.
Look, there's a real possibility that they lose to Kansas City next week and still stay in first place. They'll be 3-4.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I look at like even the Niners, and I see the weaknesses on that team, and with that team right now. So I don't think there's any great teams, man. I really don't. I think the Eagles are a good team. This is a team that struggled against Arizona. You know what I mean? And Arizona is not good at all. So the Eagles, I think they're going to go. They're probably going to be the number one seed in the NFC because the schedule isn't very strong. So they're probably going to go into the playoffs as the number one seed, and we'll see how things happen then at that point.
Saints and Cardinals in week 7, and Seahawks and Chargers, the other games in the NFC West. Rams along with Buffalo. Minnesota, hey, my bad, Minnesota and Philadelphia. Wow. 3 of the 3 top teams in the league right there. Philly, Minnesota, Buffalo all have a bye week this week. Kansas City got to deal with San Francisco.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out for the 49ers, because one of the things they've been able to avoid outside of Emmanuel Mosley is the season-ending injury. Right? So you got to hope, and Trey Lance too, but you got to hope you're going to start getting guys back soon. Elijah Mitchell. Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. These season-ending injuries are starting to pile up. Is Elijah Mitchell out for the season?
No, he's out 6 weeks.
What happened to him?
He had an MCL sprain. It was like 6 to 8 weeks. So,
okay.
MCL sprain. So, I saw in Carolina, Trent Williams, kind of running around in pregame, going through some drills or whatever. My guess with Trent Williams is you get him after the bye going into the Chargers game. I think the bye is before the Chargers game, not after. So you get him coming out of the bye. So you get Trent Williams back. Maybe you get Elijah Mitchell back. Maybe Armstead comes back. Jimmy Ward, they talked about him playing with a cast. Maybe he comes back. Bosa might even be back next week. So you got to hope that you get these guys back, simply because you can't afford any more injuries. Al-Shaair, hopefully he'll be coming back then. But let me ask you, what do you think about what a lot of people are saying today about Kyle Shanahan and the offense? Because the offense has not been good this year for the overall time of the season. It hasn't been good. Yesterday, 14 points, no points in the second half. I don't think he's been good. There was like a particular play where I think it was like 3rd and 3, and it felt like everybody ran a route that was like 10 yards down the field. It's like, well, what is that? Like, there's too tight of windows there. Like, what are you doing? So I didn't like that. But in fairness, that game yesterday, there was 2 major drops, and there were plays that were dialed up perfectly, and some big times drops. There was probably like 3 or 4 overall.
Yeah, I was going to
drops.
say there was more than 2.
Yeah, but 2, the Ray McLeod post, which Jimmy put it on his hands. It was a great
Ray
ball.
was so good on special teams too.
He was. But that was a huge play that they didn't score on that possession. That he just catches it and falls to the ground. They're at the 25-yard line. He might have went to the house. And then the Charlie Warner play where they didn't score on that possession as well.
He dropped 2. He dropped 2 that were really costly.
You know, so like it's one thing to say Kyle has to be better, which I think he does, but he dialed up 3 plays right there that were winning plays, and the players didn't execute.
I'm not going to make excuses for Kyle Shanahan. You pointed out the drops. Jeff Wilson fumble. 3 interceptions. One of them was kind of inconsequential, the end of the half interception. Yeah. And I know there's a contingent of people that don't want to hear this, but in Kyle Shanahan 7 weeks ago was probably one of them too. 8 weeks ago was probably one of them too. No matter how you slice this, you're playing with your backup quarterback. He's your backup for multiple reasons. You lost your starting quarterback. You lost your starting running back. You just remember George Kittle was on your roster yesterday. And you managed to get him and Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel the ball, despite how bad the offense was, effectively. You mentioned the Kyle Madsen stat. They had a 16-play drive that went 100 yards and scored nothing. Yeah, you know me. I'm not going to defend Kyle Shanahan, and I never have. But are we positive that's a Kyle Shanahan problem?
Missed touchdown on that play.
I don't
get a wide open in the back of the end zone, overthrew him.
I just don't know that Kyle's the person I'm going to point the finger at after that game yesterday.
Yeah. And that situation is a microcosm because 2 things can be equally true. Second down, Jimmy Garoppolo on that drive, he scrambles a little bit. George Kittle's wide open in the back of the end zone. Garoppolo just completely misses him. And Garoppolo wasn't terrible yesterday. It wasn't like Denver, but he did miss some throws, and outside of the one pick, he threw some picks.
To me, that's the only game that's completely inexcusable. The Denver game is completely inexcusable.
But yesterday's game, inexcusable for who?
For the San Francisco 49ers, for Kyle Shanahan, for everybody involved.
Well, okay, but you talk about Kyle Shanahan. Remember how many times guys were running wide open? And Jimmy, that's where it gets into, you want to blame Kyle Shanahan. There are plays to be made in that. Like, we'll take the Denver game for sure. He got Deebo Samuel wide open for a touchdown on real wild. Bad throw. He had Brandon Ayuk wide open. Like, he did his job as a play caller. Now these guys got to execute. And like the microcosm I'll say is Kittle was open in the back of the end zone. Jimmy missed him. The 3rd and 1 play was atrocious. It was a bad play call. That's on Kyle Shanahan. You know what I mean? Even the 4th and 1 play call, I don't know who number 1 receiver was, but they tried to get the ball to Deebo with 2 guys sandwiched around him. I don't know if
he did that a couple of times. He kept trying to. Yeah. He tried to Calvin Johnson the ball into Deebo over and over again, like he'll go get it. It doesn't matter that there's 3 guys around him. He's going to go get it.
Right. And
that was the interception at the end of the half. He threw it to Deebo with like 3 guys around him, trying to get him to the side.
So,
that was Brandon Ayuk. I thought it was Deebo.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk, 3 guys around him. But so here's, I wish you'd tell the whole story, right? Because in that situation, Jimmy is like taking a shot down the sidelines with 3 guys around him. And ideally, if Robbie Gould is 100%, I think they're about 5 yards away from field goal range. You maybe throw a quick out, get 5 yards, get out of bounds, and attempt a 55-yarder for Robbie Gould. But if he's telling you before the game, my range is probably about 40, 45 max. All right, well, so what do you do in that respect, right? You have to well, let me throw it down the sideline and maybe you can make a play or maybe we get a PI or something like that because we're Fox has our field goal zone at 5 yards away, but in actuality today we're about 15 yards away from where we can kick a field. So what do you do? But you look around and people blame Jimmy for that or blame Kyle for the play call and all this other stuff when you're kind of hampered. So yeah, it's just frustrating. It's frustrating because they didn't execute yesterday. They didn't execute. They did a good job of coming back from 14 down to tie it up at 14 and did what they were supposed to do. But then you turn the ball over 2 more times. I actually think 3 times technically because that was after you tied it up at 14. And then you weren't able to get stops. The Falcons, like I said, beat them at their own game, and you guys weren't able to stop. And the thing the Falcons were able to do yesterday, which was kudos to them, and this is what you want to see the 49ers do. I felt like every time you got the Falcons to third down, it was 3rd down and 1, 3rd down and 2.
Yeah,
and
right.
You had no shot. You had no shot of stopping them at 3rd and less than 3.
The play before the end of the half interception, which I'm still pretty sure was to Debo. He fumbled the ball. Like Jimmy dropped the ball.
Yeah.
The play before, he just drops the ball.
Yeah.
That was almost a sign like, oh man, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing today, huh? Okay. All right. This is what we're doing. You mentioned something. I had this stat that I wanted to give you, and you just mentioned it a second ago. 3 turnovers for the 49ers. Yeah, here it is. 3 turnovers for the 49ers. That's the same amount of 3rd down conversions they had. 3.
It's really simple. It is 49ers football is pretty simple. Now, there's probably another one that you can throw in there too, which goes hand in hand with the 3rd down conversions. Is heard somebody say it yesterday, and in between these 2 teams, it's like, well, whoever gets to 35 rushing attempts is going to win the game. Mm-hmm. And let me pull it up right now. I think the Falcons might have 40 rushing attempts.
Yeah, 40. They did. Yeah, they have 40.
And the 49ers had to throw the ball 41 times. So if the Niners can run the ball 30 times in a game, if they can win the turnover battle, I'm not even saying like no turnovers, that'd be perfect. But if they can win the turnover battle, and if they can be, I don't know what the percentage would be, but like something like 8 of 13 on 3rd down conversions, they're probably going to win every time. Mm-hmm. And if they are, less than that, like 3 of 8 or 3 of 10 on 3rd down, they're not going to win. They're just not. That's not how they're wired.
I want to get to King's practice, but you mentioned passing attempts. Did you see how many times Matt Ryan threw the ball yesterday?
No.
58 times.
Wow. And the Colts
won,
and they
won.
Yeah.
They came back and won. That vintage Matt Ryan, 42 of 58 yesterday, 389 yards, 3 touchdowns, and they somehow came back to beat the Jacksonville Jack. There were a lot of comebacks yesterday. There were a lot of 10-point comebacks yesterday.
Here's the other aspect of this whole thing with the 49ers. I mean, outside of Philly, Buffalo, and Kansas City, everybody's about the same. Right now, they're about the same. There's going to come a time, I think, in the season when certain teams start, and I guess you can put Minnesota in that too, although I'm not, just like the Cowboys, I don't think Minnesota's great. I think Philly,
I don't think they are either.
Philly, Kansas City, and Buffalo are clearly the best teams. And then everybody else is, regardless of what your record, they're just kind of whatever. You know what I mean? So there's going to come a time, probably 3-4 weeks from now, where teams are going to start to separate themselves talent-wise. Ramsey and you're talking about the Giants are 5-1. I know. I don't think the Giants are that good. I think they're tough. I like the way they play, but that's a team that easily can get smacked around. So you look at Green Bay, 3-3. You look at Tampa Bay, 3-3. The 49ers, 3-3. I'll throw the Rams in there, 3-3. New England's 3-3. Baltimore's 3-3. Like there's a bunch of teams that are just trying to find themselves right now, whether it's through the talent they have or trying to recoup from injuries. And the teams that are going to be able to, I think, here's the take. The team that's going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl is not from the NFC East. I'll say that today.
Okay. 916-909-1320. What's happening, TC?
Oh, TC, what's good? Tell me, TC, can you hear us? Yeah, we hear you, man.
Nah,
Go ahead.
we can't hear nothing.
Tell me how sorry Kyle Shanahan is. I know that's why you called in. Absolutely. I think both of them is asinine. Like that's ridiculous. The man just went to the NFC Championship game. They're 3-3 with maybe the most injured team in football and still in first place. I felt when this stuff was happening when they were in the third week of the season after Lance's injury, I thought everybody that was calling for Shanahan's job it's ridiculous. Like it really is ridiculous. Is he the best coach out there? No, he's not. You know what I'm saying? Like by no means am I saying that. To think that the guy should be on the hot seat or should even be thought of being fired today, this year, that's crazy talk. Straight up crazy talk. Does he need to be better? Sure. Crazy talk.
All right, well, the 49ers sit at 3-3 with a matchup against the Kansas City Chiefs coming up this weekend. Of course, opening night of the NBA season is here coming up on Wednesday. Here's Mike Brown today at practice talking about the uncertainty of Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray's availability.
I was impressed. Just to start out, do you have any updates on Huerter or Keegan?
Keegan's still in protocol, and our biggest thing with him is we want him to rest, and be right whenever that is that he comes back. And then Kevin went through everything but the live contact today.
With Keegan, do you want to get him a practice before he can actually play?
A guy that's out that long, I would not have him play without practice, but I mean, there's zero pressure at all. We want him to come back, the right way. We don't want him to hurt. We play 82 games, and if he misses one, if he misses two, whatever, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. So there's no pressure there. We just want him to go through protocol the right way and make sure that he's concentrating on and relaxing and getting his rest and getting his mind right before even coming back.
How close is Kevin to being ready for opening night?
That's a great question. I mean, I don't know. He's closer. I'm not trying to be funny, but he's closer today than what he was before because he didn't go through the non-contact stuff before. But he went through non-contact stuff today, and then did not join us for contact stuff. So I don't know what that means. He's a step closer, but we'll have to wait and see.
And if you don't have him on opening night, how do you handle that? Because Malik has played really well at the second unit. Do you not want to disrupt that and start someone else, or is it possible we could see Malik?
I haven't even thought about that yet, but I told this to our team, I think before our last game. That's why we're a team. That's why we got 15 guys because you're going to have injuries and guys out and all that stuff throughout the course of the year. So for me, if you're all in, that means you're ready to go and the next man up. So
on that
Mike Brown right there, Sacramento Kings head coach Mike Brown talking about the availability or perhaps lack thereof for Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray coming up on Wednesday night.
I don't
Health
think
and
we see
safety
Keegan.
protocols back.
He's back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I guess so. Of course, they come take our rookie.
Right.
Ain't heard health and safety protocols except that, like, who was it? Bradley Beal. We've heard it twice in the last year, and one of them is Keegan Murray. For goodness sakes.
Yeah, I don't think we see Keegan open tonight. Unfortunately,
I think when you add a couple of things together, the health and safety protocols, like he had missed the last 2 preseason games. It's now starting to become like a chunk of time. So you talk about throwing him out there without practice and all that different things. Like it's starting to become a chunk of time where, maybe it's not the best strategy to put him out there. The downside to that is, I guess you could go out Wednesday if he's available like Thursday. You get some work in Thursday, you get some work in Friday because you got games Saturday and Sunday. Like the season's here. Like we're not going long stretches without basketball anymore. Like it's cool. Opening night's here Wednesday. Yay. Yeah, no doubt. We're right back here at the Golden One Center on Saturday. We're down in San Francisco on Sunday. And these games are going to start piling on top of each other.
Yeah. I would. My guess, if he can get back tomorrow, right? My guess is you'd probably see him on Saturday. Because, you get to practice Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Wednesday's a game, but Tuesday, game Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then maybe you see him out there on Saturday. Hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's it's not a big deal.
No.
But it's kind of frustrating. You want to start with everything. I mean, at the very least, you want to start with everything in place. Stuff is going to happen. Kevin Huerter miss some time. Malik Monk miss some time. Like guys are going to miss a game. They're going to miss games. Like injuries are going to happen. It's the nature of sports. We just talked an hour about it as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers. Like it's just part of the game. But you want to start with everything in place.
Right.
And the fact that it's like, okay, you're probably Mike, he probably knows probably going to have to make an adjustment here with what I was doing with Keegan. We probably won't have him on Wednesday. But I also got to keep in the back of my man, am I going to have to start Malik Monk? Like that, everything that we saw, it kind of throws that off a little bit.
Yeah.
And that was essentially the question James was asking is Malik Monk has played so well with the second unit, like it's difficult, to disrupt that, but you got to get the starting unit going if Kevin Huerter's not available. And the fact that Kevin Huerter went through at least a portion of practice, I assume the next step would be for him to take part in everything and give that ankle the full test tomorrow. And then, you go through shoot around and you have a good feel. I'm guessing with Mike, we'll know who's playing at 6:30. That's my guess. You want to know who's playing opening night for the Sacramento Kings? Tune into Twitter at 6:30 on Wednesday, and I'm guessing that's when we'll find out.
Yeah, he'll probably talk to Damian Bartland because that's his boy. So Damian will have the exclusive, probably. It'll be right there.
I don't get it.
No, I mean you're the man. People can't wait to see you at Golden One Center.
Oh, that's because they know if I'm there that you're pretty close. You're pretty close.
No, don't put this on me. You're the man.
This is a big lie. And again, I say it all of the time. Just tagline the show. Nobody believes you. We'll come back.
Well,
I think
before we go, we did it for the 80s in the first hour. Now let's do it for the 90s. The Dodgers are eliminated.
Oh, that was the short one. I was waiting for the long one.
Oh, I mean, we had to get out. Do I have 15 seconds?
Well, you might as well do it now.
The Dodgers were eliminated.
Shout the season, man.
That's why we're Sacramento sports leader right there. Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Let me see something as we speak. Mitch, somebody has no Mitch called today, right? No, he's not going to call. And he told me in the 8th inning, he tweeted me and said, I better not hear a word about the Dodgers on Monday.
That's funny. That's funny. Well, I guess you guys couldn't hear the call, so that might be something set up with our new studio. So look at Jesse figuring everything out on the fly, man. Best producer in the game. Oh, well, that's okay. It's the same thing. Figuring out the same thing. Ron Cruz, what sort of 1960s reference is that? Classic Bert and Ernie situation. It's how you end up with milk in the cookie jar.
What?
Ron, I'm gonna need you to explain that to me because I don't understand.
I got a cookie jar.
I got a cookie jar.
Yeah. Cookies,
There's cookies in it.
Right now, there's lemon Oreo cookies in it.
It's in the well, yeah, I don't do that. Mine's in the refrigerator though, because I make my cookies every night.
Wait a minute. What?
I have
your cookie jar is in the refrigerator.
Correct. Correct. I have the dough. I make the dough on the weekends, make all of the cookies, put them in the cookie jar, put it in the refrigerator. Tonight, when I go to make dinner, I take the cookies out. I take 2 cookies out. I got another cookie jar that have Sprouts cookies in it. I take Sprouts cookies out, and I have freshly baked cookies every night.
That's fine. But Rob W. and I are on the same page. Why are we putting the jar in the fridge?
Because it's dough. I'm not setting that out on the counter. It's
right.
In
well,
the refrigerator.
There's other things that can be refrigerated outside of the jar.
Oh no, I want the cookie jar in there.
Huh. No, there's that too. There's that.
I have the same exact fridge you do, and I only know that because we'll be on the phone and I hear your refrigerator make the same noise mine makes.
It's a good point.
Everything D'Lo and Casey got, we got 2 of them. Just get 2 of everything. No. That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. I eat fresh baked cookies every night.
Oh yeah, I'm about to get some more of those. Leave that.
Oh, that's the life right there.
Believe that. It's gonna be lit during break.
Jamil's good for the stream. So we got Jamil. What day is this? The 26th on the stream.
That'll be cool. That'll be really cool. I mean, yeah,
oatmeal raisin is that's
not my bag. And then I don't know about those crazy people who think they're doing something. They put the M&Ms in there. Like, no, we don't need that.
You know where candy doesn't belong is in ice cream. That's where candy doesn't belong. That's 100% true.
I agree.
You can't put candy. You can't put like M&Ms
what about
or
yogurt, frozen yogurt. Like you
what
go
about
to
it
or something? You can put anything in there in yogurt.
Oh, like that? Like if you're at like one of them topping places, that's fine.
I don't
you're eating it right then.
Yeah, I don't.
But
do
like,
keep it
you
simple.
put like candy, like you get a McFlurry, and I think they had M&M McFlurries. The M&Ms get hard. You ain't gonna cut off my take just because we got to come back and do the radio show. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna get my take off about candy and ice cream.
Yeah,
Brett's right. Candy is allowed in froyo. It's when it's in ice cream that it gets a little dicey.
No, you can throw like you can throw anything in there.
No, it
can't be
because it gets harder. It gets harder, and then it makes the candy not enjoyable.
I disagree,
I
Jesse.
don't know. I guess you got soft teeth. I don't know.
How dare
Jesse hit
you?
him. Look,
You know I
Jesse hit
have
him
soft
with
teeth.
Jesse hit him with the just the shaking his head.
Crazy. Nothing messes this show up more than food takes.
And I ain't even I'm not even a
food.
foodie. You know, I be keeping it real simple. I keep it real simple with my food.
Yes, you do. You do keep it very simple.
Had me a nice cheesesteak on Friday. That was some good stuff.
You made it?
No.
Or you bought it? Okay.
Bought it. It was really good. I would mention the place, but
they're not paying us, so don't.
No.
Let's head back to practice and see what Darren Fox had to say.
When you
today.
look at the group, you only have.
Let's turn the sound on so we can hear what Darren Fox said.
When you look at the group, you only had 3 rookies. One of them wasn't there, but when you were a rookie, there was 5 of you guys. There was 4 the year before. How nice is it to have like a more mature team walking into this season with guys who know their roles and know who they are?
It's great because those are kind of things that you don't have to, really think about or talk about. We don't have an old team by any means, but we have guys who've been around, who kind of know, the ins and outs of the league, and they know what they're asked to do. And, everyone's bought in and everyone's accepted that role.
This is year 6 for you. Just what do you want for yourself and for your team this year? And how excited are you about this particular group?
I think obviously it's always, getting over that hump, especially for me being the only guy that's been here that long. Some guys have been in the playoffs, have guys who won championships, we have coaches who won championships. But for me personally, who has been here, it's definitely to get over that hump and break that curse.
When you look at the group, you only had 3 rookies.
Yo,
One of them
these
wasn't there,
media
but when
scrums are these joints are falls count anywhere matches. like you gotta be quick with that question or it is not happening for you.
It sounded like New York media.
You better have you better have your stuff together and fire that off. Obviously, De'Aaron, the longest tenured Sacramento King, focused on taking that next step forward with this group here.
I think he's ready. I think he's ready. I think this team is ready. I'm a believer. I'm gonna keep saying it until it just doesn't happen, and I guess I'm proven wrong. I think they're ready, man. I think it's gonna happen this year.
Does this version of De'Aaron feel different than last year's version of De'Aaron?
Yes. Now hindsight is 2020. You know what I mean? We probably maybe we felt this way coming into the season last year. And remember the first game of the season, he had 27 against Portland.
And he got chirpy.
Yeah, he got chirpy. Like
he got chirpy. He was talking.
Yeah. But it kind of feels like last year's version, now that we have all the information in front of us, last year's version was a little more irritated than motivated. This year's version seems like he's ready to ball.
That's a Drake bar. That's a good point. Yeah. No, he was more irritated than motivated. That's a great line. That's a good point.
Underdog, put it on a shirt.
Yeah, well, new shirts coming to D-Lo and KC tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Yeah, I'll go with Sacktown Tony here, which I never do. I mean, Sacktown Tony says he isn't chubby, so he was a little thicker last year.
He was irritated last year.
So he was stress eating. Man, these dudes are still here. Give me some of that ice cream with the Kit Kats in it. Give me some of them freshly baked cookies.
Yeah, now I think he's ready to go. I think he's ready to go. Too. Yeah, and also, I don't know. I can't remember exactly how we were talking about Darren Fox last season, and last off season. Mm-hmm. But this season, coming into this season and this offseason, there was like a sense of, this is it. If he's going to be anything in this league, now's the time to show and prove. And I think he understands that. I think he recognizes that. And I think he's prepared himself to accept that challenge. Does he actually get it done? We'll see. But I think he's ready to accept that challenge. Last year, I felt like he was distracted. Like I said, irritated, maybe a little pissed off about how things were going. He wouldn't work. His mind wasn't there. He wasn't in a mental space to accept that challenge if it was presented to him last offseason and coming into last year. This year, it's on him. It's on him, right or wrong, truthfully or not. I think a lot of people believe it's on him to show what type of player he is in this league. And I think he's ready to accept that challenge mentally and physically.
I think it would be okay if he's pissed off. I think the frustrations last year, I think as you kind of laid that out, the frustration and, looking at how he came into last year is that if he was pissed off or he was agitated, it was because of stuff that was happening here. If you want to come into this season pissed off, be pissed off because you're not even mentioned in the same category as Ja Morant anymore. Like Ja Morant is Ja Morant may end the season as a top 5 player in the league if he's not there already.
Yeah.
I don't think he is, but he's knocking on the door of that level of status.
Right.
Just blew right past you. Be pissed off that you're an afterthought in players under 25 rankings. Because Darren Fox still is, in fact, under 25 years old. And be pissed off that this franchise now has the longest playoff drought in professional sports history. You ain't got nothing to do with 11 of those years. She was on the roster for 5 of them. And I think is 5 the longest in the NBA? Like, what's the second longest? Because Phoenix ended, New York ended. All of those have ended. So there's a very real possibility that just De'Aaron Fox's version of the Sacramento Kings has the longest playoff drought.
Yeah, who is the next one? Chicago made it last year.
I might be able to
Yeah, I think you're right.
I might be able to eyeball it really quick, but so many.
Soren says Charlotte. That may be accurate because they were bad enough to not get LaMelo. LaMelo's been this is 3rd season, 2 play-ins. Yeah, that might be about right. Yeah.
And this is we just said this is De'Aaron's 6th year. What? But how many is Charlotte? Would it be 6?
Charlotte 6 since 2017. They haven't made it.
And so De'Aaron himself is just at 5.
Yeah.
And Charlotte's played in 2 play-ins.
Yep.
Okay. All right. No, there you have it.
It's time for him. And you know how I feel about the whole thing. I absolutely, if I was Darren Fox, would be pissed off about all the things that you mentioned. All of them. Like, it would have me hot. I hope to see that from him. The type of individual he is, we'll see. He's kind of for all the frustrations people have of De'Aaron Fox. Some people say he's level-headed, right? Like, he gets it all. He doesn't get too high, get too low.
Yeah, which is a great quality, by the way.
It is. That's what I'm saying. Like, it is. I want to see him not be a little level-headed, right? I want him pissed off. I want him hot about some of the things that have gone on this offseason. For once, not internally, the things that are external. His perception around the league, the some of the things that people have been saying. Like, I want to see that bother him this year, coming into this year. And, we'll see if it does or not. I don't know. But I want to see it happen.
You're listening to D'Lo.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, if I see him on Wednesday, I'm going to ask him about the shoe thing, though. I'm like, man, go back to this. Go back to the swoosh, big dog.
We'll give him another pep talk like you did last year. I think, I think, if I remember correctly, Casey talked to him, and then he averaged like 27 per game before going out. So just talk to him game 1, he'll be an MVP candidate. That Kenny Caraway motivation.
I mean, look, man, I want him to be pissed off.
Have you noticed Mike Brown is not Mike Brown. Monty McNair is like everywhere on social media now.
Oh yeah.
I saw a Kings fan post a picture with him at Marie's Donuts. I saw he found Tim Maxwell. I think it was in Phoenix, and he went and got a picture with Tim Maxwell. It's like, man, Monty McNair is suddenly, he's like a man of the people. He is everywhere.
Let that personality show, Monty. Let it show.
Yeah, let it rock.
My boy, Monty McNair.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, and live on Twitter as well. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. 49ers fall to the Falcons yesterday, sitting at 3-3. Two pressing questions for me headed into this season, and this is coming out of the preseason games. Can the Kings maintain something that resembles this level of defense that we saw in the preseason? Like, we saw a preseason version of defense. How is that similar to a Mike Brown's? I know there's quotes out there. Wasn't from Mike, though. It was from a player, and I don't remember who it was. But they said that, practice is way harder than the games.
Mm-hmm.
And
it should be.
And that's fantastic. So, like, what version of this defense that we saw? Because we definitely saw a defensive team in the preseason. What version of that will we get in the regular season? And the second question is, how will they handle adversity? Because they're going to be faced with it. Like, it's not going to be they're not going to go 82-0. I'm just going to step out on that limb right now and say they're not going to go 86-0 on the way for the Kings. I don't think
we're going to have to wait for their first loss to be able to say that definitively.
That's true. You cannot say it definitively. I'm going to step out on a limb and say they're not going to go 82-0. They're not going to win 86 straight games. That's just a guess.
I do think the defense will translate. Like, I think there's something to be said. I know it's preseason, we get all that, and we need the caveat or all that. Beating the hell out of teams. Mm-hmm. They're not just winning games. Like the other day, Oklahoma City beat San Antonio 118-112. Like they're not doing that. Aside from the Phoenix game, which was, I think, for me, an understandable emotional letdown going into that game, where you just weren't ready. Like, I get it. I wish it wouldn't happen. I don't want it to happen. But that particular moment, that game, that preseason game with all those guys out, let's just get out of here healthy and get back to Sacramento. You know what I mean? Aside from that, when they've been engaged, they've looked really good. And they're not going to go into the regular season beating teams by 30 points again. I'm not saying that. But it shows that they got guys that can go. They got guys that can compete. And that goes for the defensive end as well. We had the clip that was circulating on Twitter, Davion Mitchell, what he did to Kendrick Nunn. Mm-hmm. And I think those type of things absolutely can and will carry over into the regular season.
And you said, was it Book Night? I can't remember who he did that to in the California Classic, but I remember, last year
he did it to Book Night in the Summer League.
It was the Summer League.
Yeah.
Okay. And I remember having the conversation on this show about how does that influence guys? How does that motivate guys? And with that group last year, probably didn't. I feel like that type of that clip, that play in the game that became a clip that circulated all over the internet this weekend, that's the benchmark for what Mike wants from this defensive team. You could see Mike in not the Instagram reel version of the clip, but in the game, you could see Mike yelling in the background. You see Doug Christie popping up off the bench yelling on that play. You see the team get into that play as it's happening. And then the reaction when you finally get a dead ball on the other end. to Davion, not just the reaction from the crowd, but the reaction from his teammates. Those are the type of plays that you see them this year. You feel like same play, similar play.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll have more impact this year than it did last year.
Yeah.
Because sorry to use these words, buy-in. I feel like there's a greater buy-in on the purpose of this team this year than there was last year.
Yeah, we're on the same page here. Me and you were on the same page because I was about to say the same thing. It'll have the impact. I agree with you, simply because everybody's going to be on one accord, as they like to say. Everybody's going to know, like, that's what we're trying to do. That's what matters for us winning. We want to win. I don't know if all those guys last year really cared about whether or not the Kings won or not. They were moving on to their next journey or whatever the case may be, mentally and physically. They were waiting for that. So everybody gonna get hyped up when Davion does something like that because they're all on one accord with one common goal. Mm-hmm. So I agree with you 100%. That'll resonate a little bit more, and then you'll see that from Davion this year, obviously, but then you'll see it from Fox every now and then. You might see it from KZ. You might see it from Terrence Davis, Malik Monk, and everybody. Last year, you were only going to see that from Davion Mitchell. That's what it felt like. You only are seeing that from him. Mm-hmm. Now I just laid out 3 or 4 guys that you can see that same type of moment from and that same type of defensive on-ball effort.
I see this note from Will W., who asked, what do we think about The Athletic ranking the Kings 23rd in their power rankings? They wrote, the Sacramento Kings had one of the best offenses in the NBA, and we almost never get to say something like that about this team. The Kings started to reshape their approach last season with Domantas Sabonis joining Darren Fox. They're hoping that duo at the top of the attack is going to bring a lot of matchup problems for opposing defenses. They got Keegan Murray, who is arguably the most NBA-ready guy in the draft. He already looks to be a difference maker. They hired Mike Brown to fix a perennially atrocious defense. The Kings are hoping more balance gives them movement towards the play-in. One random prediction, there's obviously a lot more to the article you could check out on The Athletic. Murray finishes second in Rookie of the Year voting. He's going to be a good player right away, but I don't think he ends up winning the award. Of course, they question the defense. They mentioned Davion Mitchell, but the question is still, how real is the defense? It seems like everyone's all in on the offense.
Yeah.
But how real is the defense?
Which has helped these guys beat everybody down by 30 points in the preseason because of the offense. And people's questions about the defense, we started this whole thing asking the question. It's 100% fair. I get it. And I get anybody that's hesitant to outwardly believe in this team, off the rip. The thing that's frustrating for me in these type of deals, and it is what it is you got situations like I think they're ranked behind the Pistons in these rankings. And it's like, what?
Yeah. I don't
the hell. I don't get it, but I mean, they have their reasons for doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I don't understand them because it starts out, the Pistons team is going to be fun. Hey, I agree. I absolutely agree. I think the Pistons team is going to be fun to watch. I also think they're going to lose a lot of games by 30.
Why are they going to be fun?
I think Jaden Ivey's fun to watch.
All right.
I think Kate Cunningham is fun to watch.
All right, then what?
I was probably more excited than others to see Marvin Bagley.
Yeah, but even
with
then,
that group, but he's not going to be there. But no, I think that group collectively, I think they would have been entertaining to watch. I don't think they're going to win a lot of games.
I don't think they'll be entertaining to watch. Maybe I'm a little clap. There's a buddy of mine that I know who thinks Dwayne Casey's just not good.
Yeah, so that's kind of the uncomfortable thing with this team is Dwayne Casey's not going to be around to see this thing through. And he's almost like a development coach. Yeah. And I'm not sure that he's the right guy. Again, Dwayne Casey is a tremendous coach. I don't know that he's the right coach for this group. And they made the decision they were going to not turn it over. And I think they're utilizing him for his ability to develop players. But he's not seeing it through with this group.
Right.
And so that's if there's one thing that I kind of look at side-eyed, it's the Dwayne Casey part of it.
Yeah.
But they shouldn't be. They're not even in the same tier as the Sacramento Kings are.
As far as
they're below. Like if you're ranking team, like they're below. You talk about team, but to be clear, these are stacked as teams looking for the play-in. I don't see that team looking for the play-in.
No.
And the funny thing is, now I'm just taking a quick glance at the tier 5 looking to make the play-in. The Knicks, the Wizards, the Pistons, the Kings, and the Hornets.
Only 2 of those teams have a real shot at making a play-in.
Yeah, but that's not what stood out to me. That was 4 Eastern Conference teams and then the Kings. So let's go above and let's see what this tier that has the Lakers, the Blazers, the Pelicans, play-in tournament teams or better. Wow. Wow.
Hey, who wrote this, man?
This got to be one of them Zach Harper joints. It's got to be.
Who wrote the Blazers?
Wow. It's Zach Harper.
Oh my gosh.
The Blazers and the Lakers.
Zach, that's terrible, Zach.
The Blazers are hoping to make a play-in team.
Or
come on,
better.
Man. They're not playing or better. Stop this.
Oh, Zach Harper, that's embarrassing.
Stop this.
And Zach, it's not.
That's awful.
It's not personal on my end. Zach Harper, he's fine. He's doing whatever he's doing.
He wrote a fair write-up for the Kings.
That's ridiculous. I don't know if you're watching. I don't know if you're paying attention to the league. I don't know what you're doing. If you look at Portland and put them in that category.
Bro, he basically just said everyone in the East is good. Then there are the Kings who are hoping to be good, and then everyone else is bad. Those are the categories. You're good, you're the Kings, or you're bad. Fam, no. Hey. First game of the year is Wednesday, and it's against Portland. I have my feelings on Portland. Preseason, you're right. Preseason doesn't count, doesn't mean anything. I need Wednesday to get here immediately. I want to go to bed right now and wake up Wednesday morning. I want to put a suit on for the first time in a long time. Oh, yeah.
But look, here's the other thing about that, Damian.
You should wear what you wore yesterday. We'd get in everywhere if you wore that outfit. They'd let us in everywhere. They'd be like, "Oh, come on in, Mr. Caraway. Come on in. Who are you? I'm with him. Come on in." You should wear that,
man. We'll see. I was gonna come a little. I wasn't gonna come with the suit. I was gonna let you rock the suit.
It's been a long time since I've gotten to do that. So I'm
gonna just fall back. You know what I'm saying? I might just hold, Damian's Gucci bag or something like that.
That was your mom's. Your mom was complaining about her Gucci bag. It was one of the many. We could start a whole podcast with Cheryl and Elk Grove stories. We'll come back. Call of the game is coming. Oh Lord. What? Call of the game is coming up.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, call of the game on the way. Sponsored by nobody. And we've also, I want to touch on what the Warriors did this weekend. We'll talk more Kings basketball. You'll hear from Harrison Barnes when we return. James Ham at the top of the hour. Plenty more ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right.
Can I go now, Jesse, or do I have to wait or something? Okay. Cool. 13th round.
Good. Okay.
Yeah. There we go. Check one. No. I hear myself back when I said that, though. But that doesn't matter. As long as it's not showing up, it's fine. All right. Well, let me start this off here. 13th round. What's your main man, Kenny Caraway? Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups to my people over there. Shout out to my man, Donna's Dope. Shout out to the Jordan brand. All my people showing love, man. Shout out Ryan. Shout out Jovan. Everybody doing what they do. Man, there was so much going on in boxing. I obviously can't get everything in 2 minutes because there was so much going on this past Saturday. So I'm going to start where I was most excited to start on Saturday. And that's with the ladies. That's with the ladies. Specifically, Alicia Baumgartner winning the split decision victory to take down Michaela Mayer and now be a unified champion in the junior lightweight division. And this was a good fight. It was a real good fight. Fight took its ebbs and flows. Alicia came out boxing at a supreme level, doing what she does out there, being the supreme boxer that she was. Then Michaela came along and she started to impose her will a little bit in the middle. She started to wake up a little bit in the middle of the fight. Started to, the size that she has in there, she was the bigger girl in there. She started to impose that. But she paused. And that's when Alicia came back, got herself together, and started to take control and won a close decision. I'd love to see that fight again. I think it would be a great rivalry to see these two go at it again. But Alicia, she said, I ain't giving her no rematch. And I love that answer. While it may not be an immediate rematch, I'd love to see these two fight again. And I thought that way before the fight, and I'd love to see it after everything's done. I want to see those two go at least 3 times, not 3 more times, but a total of 3 times. Well, I mean, if Alicia beats her the second time, we don't need another one, but they definitely need a rematch because right now today, that's already one of the great rivalries have in the boxing game today. I love to see them go at it, but hey, we got to hail the queen, Alicia Baumgartner. Congratulations to you. And you're a star. You're a star. And that's the 13th round. All hail the queen, Alicia Baumgartner. There was something I was going to say. I forgot exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say something. I forgot. Completely forgot.
Was this boxing weekend everything you thought it would be?
Oh, yeah, it was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. It was actually everything I expected it to be, with the worst fight being the Devin Haney fight. We all knew what Devin Haney was going to do to that boy. Now we don't have to see him no more when you talk about Kambosos. You already know. I'm staying with the sweater. I'm staying with it.
Can't lie. It's kind of cold in I got all the windows open.
It's that time of year.
I'm with it.
It got really cold on Friday night, at least where I was at. The wind was blowing. It was chilly. I shouldn't say really cold, but it was like really chilly. It was like you better have at least a hoodie. Oh, they're bringing back that NBA Rooks show. I remember that was on ESPN Plus, but now it's going to be on the NBA app. I like that show.
I don't think Kyle spoke today. I checked the media schedule and he wasn't on it.
I saw a quote from him. I don't know if it was from today or last night. I feel like it was from today because he was talking about an injury kind of like Kinlaw's. So I think he did speak today, but I can't confirm that.
Was Deuce Mo on this morning with the film room guys, or is that tonight?
I'm not sure.
I know they got the Kings film room guys. Oh, that's tonight. Okay, cool. That's tonight at 7. Tap into that. Those guys are really good. Really, really good.
Oh, no, yeah. Oh,
your friendly reminder.
What you gotta do?
I was just going to remind everybody that Brett Favre should be in jail. That's all.
Oh, please go ahead.
Just a friendly reminder. If you would like to sponsor this daily reminder that Brett Favre should be serving time in prison, you can contact Rich Ripley at Odyssey.com. That's rich.ripley at Odyssey.com. Whether you want to sponsor Brett Favre should be in jail, whether you want to sponsor our call of the game, whether you want to sponsor anything that has to do with D'Lo and KC, you in your business, contact rich.ripley at Odyssey.com.
100%. 100%. You know I'm with that all the time. I wanted to give a shout out to our guy, Drake Yu. Did you see what happened to him yesterday?
No.
So Drake Yu yesterday, I was talking to him earlier in the week, and I forgot to ask him.
Are you sure this is for public consumption? You just said, I don't know if he put it on there. Okay. Okay.
So I was watching the game back, and the arena feed was on.
Okay.
And this was Friday night. And I look up and I see our guy, Drake Yu, on the big screen.
Oh my God. I can't imagine what type of frenzy that caused inside the Golden One Center. Good Lord.
So Jersey was on the big screen. And I remember he told me he was playing in the 3-on-3 tournament that happened yesterday at FanFest. And they put him on the big screen to kind of promote, like, hey, FanFest Sunday, 3-on-3 national championships going down during FanFest or whatever. Well, I saw that and I texted him. I was joking. I was like, oh, okay, I see you on the big screen. I was like, how'd it go yesterday? They won the whole damn thing.
Okay.
That boy Drake out there winning championships out here, man. So
that's what he do.
It goes to him, man. It's the FIBA 3-on-3 national championships. And I'm trying to confirm this. I think that has them qualifying for Brazil.
Oh, it's like that type of 3-on-3, not like hoop it up. Like he was a part of the real deal.
Wow. So I'm trying to figure out what the steps are. If it's like Sacramento to Brazil, or are they like Sacramento to California to northern region to, I don't know. But either way, he won yesterday, man. So we're got to give my man Drake some air horns. Pick up some my guy.
Biggest pop of the night at the Golden One Center was when they put Drake Yu up on that screen.
You know how it goes with Drake, man. If he's there on Wednesday, I'm hiding because ain't nobody gonna be. I don't have to hide.
Ain't nobody gonna be.
It ain't even gonna matter. I was about to say, did you were rubbing your ear? Did something burn up in your ear again?
No, my ear is not on fire this time. I don't know what happened. I just got thrown out of the studio. I think Jesse did it. I think Jesse was like, I'm just gonna throw him out real quick for fun. I don't know what that was. This is my bad. John Bull says Damian's leaving for his truck. he's going to get in Brian said Drake got D'Lo so flustered he closed the stream. Y'all are cold pieces of work. We got our call of the day, also sponsored by nobody. If you would like to sponsor our call of the day, do you know who to contact? Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com. That's rich.ripley at Odyssey.com. I don't have the call though. I didn't get the call sent to me.
I got the call.
Oh, you got the call.
Yeah, I got the call.
Okay. All right. The call of the game brought to you by nobody.
Yeah, there you go. Call tonight. I got you. Just let me pull this in.
Cronenworth, the 8th man to bat. New pitcher on the mound. Lefty to lefty. 2-2. Here's the pitch. Cronenworth to center field. Padres take the lead. Kim is in. Here comes Soto. Off the mound. 5-3 Padres. A 2-run single, and the Padres in front for the first time tonight. It's 5-3.
Line drive in the center field. Scores 2 runs. The Padres have captured their first lead and go ahead.
And that's not it.
The whole montage.
We got bonus. We got bonus play tonight. Call it a night.
1 strike away. Hader to Freeman. He's stricken out for the first time in 24 years. The San Diego Padres are headed to the National League Championship Series.
Shout the season, man.
Yeah, man. That's the third one. That one is for the 2000s. That's for the 2000s, or excuse me, for the 2010s. We had the 90s. That was a decade when the Dodgers didn't win a championship. We had the 2000s in the 1 o'clock hour. That was, for the 2000s. This one at 2 o'clock in the 2 o'clock hours for the 2010s. Remember, 4 mentions of the Dodgers not winning a World Series or getting eliminated this year. It counts for the 4 decades since they've won a real World Series. That AAU season, please don't even get me started. That AAU championship, no, it's been 4 decades.
They won almost twice as many games as they played the year they won the championship. Now, hey, let's be. Kenny's vengeful, hateful, and at times hurtful. I don't have nothing to do. None of this. It don't mean nothing to me. I'm an outsider. I just observe. How do you win 111 games and 106 games the year before and have nothing to show for it? How is that possible?
Well,
now I want to be clear. We're going to get to Harrison Barnes, and we're going to talk to James Ham at the top of the hour. We're going to get back to the Kings. I just need to know how Sway. Probably shouldn't use that anymore.
Yeah, this guy.
How is that possible?
He's almost in the box. We'll do one more episode and then he'll be in the box. Let's get this episode off. He'll be in the box.
It won't be. It'll be. No one ever heard the episode we actually recorded, so it'll be new to you. New Corners of the Culture coming on Thursday, hopefully.
But I mean, so there's a couple things that I look at when I think about how this happens with the Dodgers. First and foremost, it's a situation where and somebody tried to get at me and say, oh, all teams do analytics and all this. They do. I understand that. But their unbelievable reliance on analytics I think is their detriment. I think that is what ails them every time. A perfect example of that is what we saw on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
What's my man's name? Tyler Anderson was the starting pitcher for the Dodgers. The Padres had no answer up until that point. No answer whatsoever. And the book said, we're getting him out of there. I think he pitched 5 innings. We're getting him out of there after 5, and we're going to the bullpen. And that's what they did. And be damned with, let's see how this game is playing. Like, they can't figure him out. He's pitching great right now. Like, they're in a groove. They don't have any answer for him. At the very least, let him start the 6th and see if maybe you can get some people on. No, the book says get him out at 5 and go to the bullpen, and that's what we're going to do. And that's just the wrong formula for playoff baseball, in my opinion. You have to be able to read the room. You have to be able to read the situation. And Dave Roberts, who I think is a good manager. I'm not here to crap on Dave Roberts. I think he's a really good manager. but it's a collaborative effort between the front office and Dave Roberts to play by these numbers. And number one, that's just not how things work in sports. If that was the case, what do we need you there for, Dave Roberts? Just let the computer do something. We don't need you there. Number two, you're going to wear down that bullpen at some point. And yeah, I don't know if the bullpen was necessarily worn down, but even if they would have got through this series with that, this goes back to what's going on for the last 10 years. With that type of strategy, that way of thinking, you're not going to make it through the playoffs. And they're adding an extra round now. Like if you're just like, hey, my starters are going 5 innings and then we're going to the bullpen, you're not going to make it. The bullpen's going to wear down. So as long as they keep doing it like this, ain't nothing going to change. They'll lose again next year.
It wasn't just them. The Braves, they won 101 games. They're gone. The Mets, they won 101 games. They're gone. It's the Phillies and the Padres. Hell, the Yankees are they forced a game 5. They're 99 wins.
I think it was 99, yeah.
So I mean, you've got the winningest teams, with the exception of the Astros have moved along. But some of the I wound up watching like a whole game version of that game. I tuned in after was it Bama, Tennessee that day?
Yeah.
I tuned in after college football, and I was like, tuned in. I'm in the minority. I've said this before. I really like 0-0 games. I find like I think they're super exciting. And I mean, but there is a breaking point where it's like, all right, it's the 13th inning. Will someone do something? I wound up probably seeing like 10 innings of that game. That was wild. That was insane. That was insane.
Scoreless innings, man. What a game that was. And here, I'll say something nice. The vibe in Seattle looked immaculate. I mean, I can't wait till we get that opportunity here in Sacramento. And they had some aerial shots of like the ballpark and downtown Seattle. Man, beautiful looking city. Beautiful looking city. And that downtown skyline, it's a huge downtown, like low key. Like they got a ton of buildings downtown Seattle. So that's probably the only time you'll hear me say some nice things about Seattle. But
really good food.
I haven't eaten it before, so I bet the seafood is pretty good. It's probably not as good as the East Coast seafood though. There's that. The crab, all that other stuff. It ain't as good as that. But that was great to see. Obviously, I got 2 things to say about the Astros. Obviously, they're getting all my love and support right now. Because I want my boy Dusty to get one. If anybody in this sport deserves a championship, deserves a World Series championship, is Dusty Baker. So I have no problem rooting for the Astros. And I want to ask your thoughts on this and the Chatty House. Do we ever even need to mention the whole cheating scandal? I say that because clearly it doesn't matter. Clearly. These guys are reaching their
it doesn't mean
American League championship game.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's not a part of the story, though. Like, I don't think it's not what people wanted it to be. Like, I don't know if people thought the Astros were going to win 50 games the following year or something like that. But no, it's still a part of their story. It's still a part of the franchise's story. Hell, I think it's part of the reason Dusty Baker's there.
Right.
We're going to hire a manager you can't hate.
Right.
You can be mad, but you can't hate him. And I think that's part of the reason. I think Dusty's phenomenal at his job, but I think they were like, we need goodwill. Dusty Baker's goodwill. Okay, get him.
Well, and I agree with you. It's part of their story, this group's story. It's part of who they are. But the whole notion of, they had to cheat to win, or the only reason they won that. No, they've went to like 4 straight ALCSs after this.
Yeah, it's you don't have to ignore it, but it's not the focal point either. It's clearly not the focal point. This is an amazing baseball franchise. This is a franchise that's on just an incredible run right now. You've got to cap it off. You've got to.
Yeah, for sure. they've lost almost, I want to say all. They lost a good number of the people that were part of that cheating scandal and have gone back to the ALCS.
Yeah. I
think like the only person there off the top of my head is Altuve, who may or may not have been wearing a wire.
That's what I'm saying. Is part of the story, and you got to tell it. But yeah. No. Don't
splash this
water.
Don't.
Y'all are gonna don't. I'll get electrocuted. Don't throw that water on me. I'll get electrocuted.
That was bizarre.
Oh, and what was the excuse? A tattoo?
Yeah,
An unfinished tattoo?
Yeah. Where that made him run to the clubhouse and change his shirt. No celebrating.
Yeah. Oh man, that's brutal. 916-909-1320. Let's get to our man Sam here. Sam, what's happening, baby?
Hi, how you doing today?
What's up, Sam?
I do know Dusty, and he does deserve a World Series championship. There's nobody more deserving. I wanted a quick question regarding time management, analytics, and I will refer directly to the Kings. And I've been a season ticket holder since 1985. And every year there are several games that a player is red hot, knocking down shot after shot after shot. They call a timeout. They take the guy out because it's somebody else's time to go in, and the guy never gets hot again. And I do not understand that theory of coaching.
Yeah, that's and we appreciate you, Sam. Thanks as always. That's tough. I call that coaching on a clock. There are some coaches who just that's what they do. They coach on that clock, and I'm not going to tell, I don't know what the right way or the wrong way to coach is. I feel like it's a mixture of coaching on feel, trying to stay true to your clock, allowing guys to get their rest. Like, it's not arbitrary. There's a reason that they do it, but it feels like so much more goes wrong when you stick by that clock.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to, you got to read the situation, as a coach. Sometimes when you're out there and you have what you want to do and you're kind of derailed because the guy gets hot or, in a negative sense, foul trouble or something like that, you gotta know when to let it ride. You know what I mean? And even if that's like manipulating the situation, like say I'm just using, if I'm Mike Brown and I'm Malik Monk is heating up out there and it's about the time for him to come out. But man, he's hit shots. Man, I don't know. Maybe I'll say, hey, run 2 more plays from Malik. If he keeps hitting, great. If he misses, then you can be like, oh, okay, all right, he's cooled down a little bit. Get him out of there. But sometimes you do have to just play on feel and not just your numbers, not just what your initial game plan was coming into the game. You got to be able to adjust.
Yeah, and it's tough because you're not only thinking about that's why I sympathize with these coaches sometimes in those moments, because you're obviously you're thinking about this game, you're thinking about winning this game, but you're also not thinking about you're thinking about, like, you've got the first quarter here and you've got Malik Monk hot in the first quarter or whatever, and it's like, okay, am I going to run him all the way through the first quarter? I'm going to need him in the fourth. Am I going to run? All right. Am I upping his minutes by, you probably start going through like a variety of different things in your head. And then somewhere around the fourth quarter, you remember, we got a back-to-back on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
Against the Clippers and the Warriors. And I'm going to need Malik. So it's tough. I mean, at Sam's point, like I 100% get it. And I know that drives people crazy a lot. And it is the finest of fine lines that coaches walk.
Yeah.
And baseball managers do too. I feel like baseball managers rely on it way more than anyone in basketball does. This doesn't really apply to football. But I feel like basketball.
Football a little bit though.
How so?
Maybe not substitution, but like running the ball, right?
Sure.
Like, oh man, or passing, either way. Like, I know Jeff Wilson
Let's
is
get the ball to
running.
Jeff Wilson again, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
No, I need you to start talking bad about Jeff again.
I know, but like apparently that's what motivates him.
But like Jeff will, this doesn't really happen. It's usually a Cowboys thing, right? Oh man, Tony Pollard is running for 6 yards a clip.
Well,
but we got to get Dak his throws.
Well, you know who that used to be good for was Andy Reid. Andy Reid used to be good for that. Patrick Mahomes seems to have changed Andy Reid a little bit. Seems to have changed him a little bit. But yeah, that was Andy Reid. They used to kill Andy Reid for that. But yeah, I can see the same. I can see the same being true for McCarthy, and even perhaps I don't remember how many years ago Jason Garrett was, but the Ezekiel Elliott, Jason Garrett, the Ezekiel Elliott, Dak Prescott mix here. Mitch is here.
Oh, that's why I fool with Mitch. That's why that's my guy. He'll come in here and face the music. Mitch, what's good, man?
Oh, he's pretty good. It's only sports. How you doing, Casey, Damon? And now I'm giving you more funny material, comedy material. Casey's gonna get involved too because I have to eat crow. Well, I want a full investigation. I think there were too many garbage cans in San Diego. Is it any truth to that rumor?
After 111 wins, buddy, it's not crow that you're eating. It's far worse.
I think they left their bats in Malibu.
Mitch, let me ask you though, real quick, Mitch. What do you think the problem is? Why does it keep happening?
They should have gotten a closer, and they need Aaron Judge.
What?
Gets the reach back. They should have gotten Manny Machado.
We're not doing that. Mitch, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Stop it. Stop it. That Michael Jordan commercial. Get help. Stop it.
Nah, man. See, and that's what makes it so sweet. The Giants, if people
they need Bryce Harper and Aaron Judge.
Every year, the Dodgers have the best roster in baseball. Every year, except for last year, they run, and even last year they won 106 games. They run through the regular season. Oh, yeah, Dodgers, who's going to beat them? And every year they fall flat on their face in the playoffs.
I kind of feel like there's an NFL team forming like that. They're not too far away from the Dodgers. Did you see the Panthers-Rams rumor? Christian McCaffrey? There's a Christian McCaffrey to the Rams rumor. Now, I don't know. I don't know how, depending on who you read and what you believe, there's at least some validity to it.
Bro, what more do they have to trade?
What, seriously? This is what we're doing? Okay. All right. Can the Rams fix whatever the hell is going on with Matt Stafford's arm? Can they fix
their
that?
Offensive line or the defensive line? I don't know.
The Rams already got more championships than the Dodgers, so it doesn't really matter.
They got a real one.
That's what I mean. They got a real championship.
Yeah.
All right, we'll step out. We'll come back.
Of course, they're going after Christian McCaffrey. They don't have any money or draft picks, and they're going to be able to go after Christian McCaffrey.
I think the league gave them 2 more. I think the league gave them a couple of draft picks. They're like, hey,
it's a good point. Good call.
Here's a couple of draft picks for you. Just everyone will forget. We'll come back. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. But we'll be talking Kings basketball. When we return, you'll hear from Harrison Barnes. James Ham set to join us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right. I got to get the screen share back up here real quick. I watched, so I'm going to reserve comment on Bray's. I watched Bray's promo like late Friday, SmackDown promo, and it was good, and I'm happy for Bray the person. And I always like, if something happens on TV, it's part of the show. I believe everything he said, as real as it was, is just a part of the story that they're going to tell. And obviously they left it with the ending that they did and the the screen, which appeared to be the masked version of Bray. So there's a lot there that we can't like really figure out yet. But on the surface, I didn't like it. Like on the surface, I didn't like the promo because I thought Bray should be like one of those Undertaker characters. Like, don't let us in too much. And his story of being back is great. That's why I think his reality that he told in that promo is part of the story. Like, I think they're going to tie this together. On the surface, by itself, I didn't like it. But I'm not going to judge it by itself because I think it's a part of the grander story. If in the end it has nothing to do with nothing, then I'll just look back at it like, well, that was kind of dumb. But I think that Bray Wyatt character, and if you were, he didn't call himself, Mike Rotunda or I don't even, it's not Mike Rotunda, that's his dad's name, but he didn't, whatever his name is, he didn't call himself that. He kept saying Bray. And it's like, all right, this is part of the story. What's the story? The end was enough to get me to, okay, let's see what this is. Let's see what this is. Dallas quarterback controversy, question mark. No, there very much is not. Oh, there you go, Johnny G. Yeah, man, celebrate. That's how you do it. That's how you celebrate birthdays right there, man, with Luke Belair. That's the way to do it. That is tremendous. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead. Okay. You're home of the Yankees. Oh, that's amazing. That's right. His name is Wyndham Rotunda. That's amazing. That's amazing. Not yet, Leezy. I think that's at the beginning of November, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Dak's set to be cleared on Wednesday, according to Mike McCarthy. Set to be cleared on Wednesday. It looks like he's Bray Wyatt, yeah. But I think they've opened. I don't think they've truly told us yet, because I don't think he's cult leader Bray. I don't think he's the Fiend, but it actually looks to me like he's a combination of both of them. And I feel like you can always go to the Fiend if you need to, and it'll always work. Every time it'll work. Yeah, the Fiend to me can't be a full-time character. Can't be a full-time character. We don't know yet, Steven. We don't know what we're doing. We know, we share that studio with KSFM, but we're the only ones that do the video stuff. So we're working on a few things. It's probably something that's going to take some time to really figure out. Likely won't have the bottles in there. But we're still putting some things together. It's not going to look the way that it looks forever, though. Man, they really put a lot of cayenne pepper in this one. I ain't even mad at it, but they put a lot of cayenne pepper and ginger in this one. This is a strong one. Ooh. Here's a good stat. I don't think he might do that this year. He might not lose 600. He might lose 82. Thanks, Steven. We appreciate you, man. We'll be back in the studio tomorrow. So that kid Bailey, just a quarterback, huh?
Who's Bailey?
The kid in New England. Just ate Cleveland up.
What's the name? Zabick or something like that? Is it back?
Zappy. Man, Wizzo, You ain't never lied, bro. You ain't never lied. They see me all the time. That's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. Rolls along. 49ers fall to 3-3 after they lost to the Falcons. The whole NFC appears to not be very good, while the NFC West appears to be really, really bad. 49ers, Rams, Seahawks 3-3. Arizona 2-4. They suffered some losses and some acquisitions here today. But the 49ers lose to the Falcons and remain in first place. So there's your state of the NFC West right there.
Hey, I got a random question I want to ask you, just a little bit. You mentioned it earlier about, I don't know if it was on air or off the air, but Charles Barkley re-signing with Turner Sports.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think any of that had to do with Draymond? Seriously? Like I asked that because it felt like they maybe had a cap on where they would go with Barkley financially. It's like, we got Draymond in our back pocket. And maybe you think maybe they're not as sure about that anymore, and they kind of upped the price on what they were willing to give Charles?
No.
Okay.
I don't think it had anything to do with Draymond. I think if Draymond still wants to do TNT, he will.
See, I don't know. I don't know. I'm on the fence. I'm not definitive about, no, they're out on Draymond, but I don't know if it's as clear as it was a month ago that they'll be willing to go to Draymond. I think there is a little apprehension with him being part of the broadcasting crew or anything. That was a bad look for him.
It was. Yeah, it was. And I don't, there's two interesting things about this Warriors team who took care of business this weekend. Andrew Wiggins signed an extension, a very healthy extension. Jordan Poole signed the 130 that we thought he would get.
I thought it was 140. They gave him extra 10.
It was a 140. Okay,
yeah.
as they should.
They gave him extra 10. They were going to do 130. They were like, okay, my bad, bro.
They lost a lot of leverage. They lost a lot of leverage when the video leaked out, so they made it 140. And Andrew Wiggins signed a not a max deal, but a very, very good deal. I actually really like Andrew Wiggins' story. He's been trashed. He's been made fun of. He was the guy LeBron James didn't want. His career didn't get off to the hot start that people expected it to. And
then even when he was good, people try to say he was bad.
Yeah.
He's averaging 20 points a game. They're like, empty stat.
On Minnesota. Yeah. For some reason with Andrew Wiggins, they cared that Minnesota was bad while he was averaging, bad numbers. They don't seem to carry that same energy with Karl Anthony Towns or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is the freaking darling of the basketball media. But they were really, really critical of Andrew Wiggins.
Finish your point. I want to say something after that.
My point was, I love the Andrew Wiggins story. I'm happy he got this deal. I'm happy he landed in a he's in a spot that will appreciate him, where he doesn't have to be the savior of the franchise, and he can go play basketball at a very, very, very high level.
And for the good look for the Warriors is he took a relative team friendly deal. I'm hearing. Like, he didn't max them out the way he could have. He left a little room.
Yeah. I don't know if he could have, to be honest. But, I mean, sure. Like, he didn't take a max. It's not a max deal, no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I agree with you. I like the Wiggins story. Good for him. The Warriors are going to be strong for a while, man. The Warriors ain't going nowhere no time soon as far as being some type of contender.
I know what extension didn't get announced this weekend. Sorry.
Well, there's no deadline on that like there was the other ones. So there's that.
That's true. There's not.
Real quick, the funny thing I want to say, because you talked about SGA.
Well, no, there was a deadline, right? Like, because they can't extend him now, can they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Monty McNair?
No. I was talking about Draymond.
Oh,
Draymond has an opt-out for next year. So I thought.
I think it was today. I felt like it was
today.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I think all of the deadlines are the day before the season starts.
Yeah.
So
and it ain't
okay.
happened.
Yeah,
it hasn't happened. Wasn't happening anyway.
I think the other one's happening. By the way,
I
that's
do
not
too.
a scoop. That's not intel. That's just my own opinion.
I don't
think
know
the Monty
when.
McNair one happens.
I don't know when. I'm not going
I
to say
thought
it's
it would
before the
happen
season.
before Wednesday.
Yeah, it still might.
To celebrate the 4-0 preseason from the Sacramento Kings, they've extended Monty McNair.
Monty McNair jumping on the scores table, throwing his jersey in the crowd like Patrick Beverly.
Tears streaming down his eyes. Like, bro, you just made the regular season. Calm down.
But I just got to check all of this because I had a conversation with my 9-year-old the other day, and I told you, like, I think I said earlier in the week, it's going to be like his first season of like me as a dad, him as a son. He's really aware of what's going on this year. Like, season starts, he knows who the good teams are, he knows who the good players are. This is, to me, it feels like this is the first year this has actually happened. I'm looking forward to it. So we're driving home, and he goes, "Dad, who do you think is better, SGA or Darren Fox?" And I go, they're pretty close. Like, I think they're pretty close, but I may be a little biased. I think Darren Fox. And he goes, "I think SGA is better."
Of course.
It's like even the 9-year-old. Even the 9-year-old. He said it's not by a lot, but I think SGA is a little better. So then I hit him with what I would say to Zach Harper. I said, "Well, why do you feel that way? Why do you think he's better?" He's like, "Well, he can get to the basket, and he's a good shooter." I said, he's not a good shooter. No, he's not. He's like, "Well, I mean, I don't know." That's like, yeah, exactly. You don't have any real reason to why
That's
he thinks
exactly
he's
what
better.
Zach Harper would say. That's wild. This is the same thing. It's the same thing.
Just jamming the kid up about his SGA Fox take.
Reese got his courtside passes revoked with that take. He's going to be upper level Caraway this year. Kenny's going to be walking into the Golden One Center. "Okay, Reese, we'll be down here. You take the elevator up to the very top.
We'll see you at halftime."
We'll see you at halftime. Here's $6 to get a small popcorn.
He has. Look, the funny thing is, because you saw him after the Warriors won the championship and everything, right? All the little gear and all this other stuff. So I'm trying to butter up to the Kings a little bit on Friday. He's like, "Man, the Kings look fun. They look like they're going to be pretty good this year." I said, No, don't try and come over here now. Don't try and come over here now.
No, you're missing it. You're forgetting the Kings and the Warriors play really early in the season at the Golden One Center. That's what that move
That's going to be
about.
well.
That move was being made by your whole family yesterday, by the way.
Yeah. No, not at the Golden One Center. They want the ones Sunday in Golden State.
Yeah, they want the ones at the Chase Center. Like, yeah, I got you. Check your email. They're on the way. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. James Ham set to join us here in just a heartbeat, but he caught up with Harrison Barnes after practice today.
Hey, talking about Chima, you've been around the league for a long time. How cool is it to see a guy who's had to go overseas, played at a smaller college, make it and actually get the call on roster cut day?
Grateful. I mean, that's the energy that Chima brings, I think, to this group, is just a sense of he's happy to be here. He doesn't take it for granted. He's had a long road, like you said, and when he's in the building, I mean, you're gonna hear him. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna let you know that he's here, and I think that just gives everyone just perspective. Just how blessed we are to be in this position, to come here to work every single day, regardless of what's going on. You obviously know there's other things that are going on out there, but he can speak to his experience, overseas and things like that.
You just said
Chime Moneke
Chima,
seemed
you've been
to
around the league
be
for a long time.
the
How cool
player
is it to
that
see a guy who's
a lot of Kings were happy to talk about following the cuts being announced on Saturday morning.
Yeah, it's good for him to be able to work his way up to this point, man. I'm excited for him, and it's something that when you see him play, I like his minutes. I don't know how much is going to be in the regular season, but he seems like somebody who could add adds something to this team when he comes into the game. And even if it's not in the regular rotation, I feel like if something were to happen, somebody was out for a game or two, he could step in, play some meaningful minutes, and contribute in a major way. So I agree with you. It feels like everybody on the roster was happy to see that, and I'm happy to see it as well.
And Monty and Mike seem to have built. I mean, this really, in credit to Mike Brown for sure too. But this definitely feels like Monty McNair's MO is to been able to find guys with really high basketball IQs and guys who can pick up on techniques, ideas, strategies, game plans that coaches put out there. And with a guy that, the word that we hear so much with Mike Brown is detail, detail, detail. Everything is going to be broken down, and you're going to get every situation finely tuned, because that's the way that Mike is. To have a group of guys who understand those details is just as important as a coach who can relay those details.
For sure. Well, Damian, it's I think it was Bill Belichick who said, being a star, it's your role. That's what they went out and got. They got guys that are comfortable and secure and understand that being a star at your role is going to lead to the team winning. And that's all that matters. They don't have to be the star. They don't have to start. They don't have to be the one that takes all the shots or hits the big dagger three or anything like that. And being a star at their role, they're comfortable with that. They embrace that. And I think they did a good job of putting those guys on the roster. And they're infectious for the rest of the team, I feel.
Yeah, you mentioned you don't know what Chime's minutes are going to look like in the regular season. In that final game against the Los Angeles Lakers, he played 8 minutes. I think it was the final 8 minutes of the game. 4 points, 6 rebounds. That was Chimezi. Sorry, that's not Chime Moneki played 15 minutes. He's not a high volume shooter, but he's a guy who gets rebounds. He's a guy who kind of stays on the floor, stays around the ball, while simultaneously not doing something stupid.
Yeah, he's active.
Yeah, right. There are a lot of guys who will stay around the ball, keep moving, but they fouled out in 6 minutes of play.
That's right.
And in some of those guys' defense, that's their role. Their role is literally to go in and use the fouls that they've been given, and then sit down.
Right.
I don't think that's Chime's role.
But he's active, and much like KZ, those are two guys that can come in, not have a play ran for them, not score a point, and have an impact on the game. And you need those guys. People always get on me because they talk about, I think about his offense. And no, not at all. You need KZ Okpalas. You need Monekis out there on your team that won't score a point at all. My whole thing is you can't have like 8 of them, which is everybody, give me that. No, you need some guys that are going to put the ball in the basket. But guys like that are extremely valuable. And when you talk about what they can do on the defensive end, being able to guard multiple spots, both Moneki and KZ Okpala, they can guard from 1 to 4, depending on who the person is. Legit guard 1 to 4, not, we switched out on him. Like, you're matched up on this guy right now. Yeah. Like, that's valuable. You need that type of versatility on your roster.
I didn't see I take that back. I didn't take note of really who Chime was guarding. I think that was one of the downsides of some of these blowout games that they were in is you're obviously, okay, who's KZ Okpala guarding? I couldn't remember who Chime Moneki was guarding at various times in the game. As we welcome in our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, our man James Ham. Ham, just a couple of days away from the start of the season. How you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good. I think there's a lot of question marks. We don't know if Kevin Huerter or Keegan Murray will be available on opening night.
Yeah.
This is a fun group of guys that are motivated and excited to be there and excited to get this thing underway.
Anything you can add regarding Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray? We did play the sound that you posted with Mike Brown today. I'm not sure if there was anything offered at any other time in practice or later on in that media scrum. I just my impressions from someone who just played your video and heard the sound, it doesn't sound like Keegan Murray is playing on Wednesday. But again, is there any more you can add to that?
Yeah, Keegan's going to need 2 negative tests from what I know before he can clear protocol, and then he'll have to get back on the court. It's kind of a strange situation. So we know he got sick. I think it was on Tuesday. He wasn't available for the game on Wednesday. He was back at practice on Thursday, and then Friday morning, we got the word that he wasn't going to be available. Even Thursday afternoon, like during that practice, I kind of heard through the grapevine that there was a possibility that he wouldn't be available on Friday as well. Then Saturday comes around and we get the official word that he's in protocol. Sunday's in protocol, Monday's in protocol. So look, I don't think we have any idea like at what point he's going to clear, and there isn't a lot of clarity right now from the NBA on what exactly protocol is in the 2022-23 season. Right. So we're kind of juggling here and trying to figure it out, but I would expect that the Kings want him to practice at least one day, even though, you know what, like if he's cleared like tonight or tomorrow and they can at least get him out there a little bit, just get him some run, I think that would be fine. They can run him out there for limited minutes on opening night, but like he's got to clear first. And I know from my own experience, it took me...
You had a record setter.
Yeah, it took me like almost 10 days to clear protocol. Like I know on day 8, I like took another test and it looked like someone took a Sharpie to mark that I was positive. And it's kind of weird the way that these things are working right now. Even the fact that he started having symptoms probably on Tuesday, maybe even Monday night, and how long it's taken. So we're going to have to wait and see. And I think this is like the standard with everyone in the world at this point. We have no idea what's going on with this thing. It changes from one day to the next, from one strand to the next. And again, the league has to kind of figure out what it is they want to do with COVID, and like, when are players safe to play? Do you need a negative test? Do you not? Is it just a matter of time, like 5 days, and you're cleared to go back? I think we're going to have to wait and see here.
Yeah. It's America, James. Just roll with it.
Just roll with it.
That's the theme to COVID. Just roll with it.
Well, I'll point this out too. Like, as media, we have to have the new booster. Like, if you're going to be around the players, you either have to test negative like every 3 days, or you have to go in and get the new shot for the variants, right? And so I don't think they have that same exact thing for the players. So I think it's kind of interesting that as media, we could be around players that actually pass it to us as opposed to the other way. But, all it takes is one media member to pass it to a team, and, we won't hear the end of it. So it's kind of a weird dynamic that we're dealing with. And as far as Herter is there. He was at practice on Saturday. Let me think. He was at shoot-around on Friday. He was at practice on Thursday after like stepping on someone's foot. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think that there's a good chance that he could be back at practice tomorrow and ready for opening night. But Mike Brown was pretty clear, just like, we have no idea. Like, he's better today than he was on Saturday, but how much better, who knows? He's getting better. He's getting closer to a return, and we're going to have to see if he takes a step back or not.
James, with Keegan Murray possibly being out for opening night, one of the things that we kind of saw on Friday is, because we've seen him this preseason and we've been super impressed. Everybody has, thinking he's one of the best players on the team. But he wasn't able to go on Friday, and the Kings still beat the mess out of the Lakers. And that's something that we're just not necessarily used to, right? We're one of their best players, one of your top 3 or 4 players on your team being out. It will put so much of a strain on the rest of that roster. They usually weren't able to deal with it. Do you think that this team, based on the preseason, I guess only, is a team where if one guy goes down, Herter wasn't there on Friday either, and Malik Monk just stepped in and played well as well. Is that something that you think hopefully they've turned the corner on this year where they have enough depth where if one of your top 3 or 4 guys is out, maybe you don't, for a game or two, maybe you don't miss a beat.
You know, I think it's an interesting question, and like covering the league as long as I have, I think that there's a really interesting, like, you got to distinguish between what is depth and what is defined roles that allow for a next man up mentality, right? So personally, I believe Rick Adelman, one of the greatest coaches in the history of the game at dealing with loss on his roster, right? Like, again, the next man up mentality that he developed with the Kings that he took to other places was so stunning. I mean, people forget that, what was it, the 2003, the end of the 2002-03 season is when Chris Webber blew out his knee. He missed most of the next season, and they were the best team in basketball without Chris Webber. And, you know, like Rick Adelman went on to coach the Houston Rockets. They won like 20 or 21 games in a row at one point. And in like game 11, they lost Tracy McGrady. In game 12, they lost Yao Ming. And they just kept winning. And so what that is it's a culture that the next guy up understands what his role is. And the guys who are around those players, they understand that, like, look, you can't ask Scott Pollard to average 24 points a game like Chris Webber. So that means each of us got to average 2 more points per game to make up for that. And that's kind of the way that you have to build your team. And so while I would like to say that it has everything to do with the talent that you have and the depth that you have, depth, you know, it's a good thing to have. And I think Mike talked about this today at practice. Depth is good in that you have versatility, that you can try different things when things aren't working, right? So if KZ Okpala isn't working in the starting lineup, they can try Keegan Murray. They can try Chima Moneke. They can try Trey Lyles. They can try Chimezi Metu. They can try Rashawn Holmes. I mean, that's incredible that I can say that if your power forward isn't working, that you got 6 other options. You can even move Harrison Barnes to starting 4, and you can bring in Herter and have him start at the 3. But I think the bigger point is that each of those players have different looks that they can give you. So if, again, you're getting killed on the glass, maybe it's time for Trey Lyles. Maybe it's time for Chimezi Metu. If you need more 3-point shooting, again, Trey Lyles fits that. If you need energy, Chima Moneke might be that guy. If you need just an all-around very good player, then Keegan Murray is your guy. So I think that that's one good thing about what Mike Brown has. He has all kinds of depth, but it's more like the versatility of depth. Now, whether they can do the next man up mentality, that's gonna take a while to see. We're gonna have to, you know, first of all, you got to go through an injury where someone's out long enough to kind of see how it works. But secondly, I think, you know, you really don't know until it's crunch time and guys either show up or they don't. And this team has had that long history of not showing up against teams that are missing players or when they have some sort of adversity. And you got to see if that's still a function of what this team is.
How did we get here with KZ Okpala?
I don't know. I mean, to me, it's the craziest thing ever. It's not just KZ. I mean, how does Chima Moneke make an NBA roster? And this isn't like, I'm not trying to call Chima out. Like, look, Chima Moneke went to a junior college, transferred to UC Davis, which I'm a Davis guy. He's an Aggie like myself. But like then he went and he played in Europe, and we're not even in Spain. You played in France. Did we almost lock up?
That was I mean, it was close. It was right there. The hand was on its way down. There was a kick out. It was a false finish, a 313 false finish.
There we go.
That was close. I don't think we've ever had 2 in the same day, so we could be clear from the ham freeze for the rest of the day.
Yeah, so like with Chima, I just think it's amazing. Like, this is a guy who I like to call him self-made men in the NBA. Guys like Garrett Temple that played all over the place before he made it to the dance, you know. Even guys like PJ Tucker that, you know, they had to fight to get in the league. And there's something to these guys. And there's also something to Chima's like personality and the way that he like shows up every day. And Harrison Barnes talked about it, just this joy that is Chima Monecki. And, you know, when he's in the gym, everyone knows he's in the gym. You hear him. He's noisy. He's fun. He's got a huge personality. And if you look at him and KZ Okpala, they're like completely counter to each other, except for when they're on the court. They're very similar on the court as far as like the defensive intensity and that kind of stuff. But off the court, you know, you have one guy who just loves the media and another guy who doesn't seem to want anything to do with the media, and he's very uncomfortable with it. But like these guys could combine to really make a strong, like sort of combination duo, if you will, that on one night to the next could really help this team out.
Yeah, we talked about it a number of different times before, and I've completely bought in to what KZ Okpala can be, specifically with the starting group. I love what he brings to the table, his versatility on the defensive end. And you've mentioned it a number of different times, and we saw it a little bit on Friday. If he can start hitting some open shots, you know, and it doesn't have to be a lot, just one or two, like knock down the open shot to make people kind of respect it and think about leaving you completely wide open. It changes everything. It absolutely changes everything. And like I said, he doesn't have to, you know, turn into somebody that's hitting 7 open shots a game. No, just hit 1 or 2 to make people think about it. Don't have them not have to play you like Tony Allen in the playoffs where you can be guarded with the center, and just hit 1 or 2. And that, I don't know if I want to say it secures his startings, but I don't know about that. But it'll go a long way into him continuing to have a prominent role on this team.
Yeah, Darren talked about it today. Just exactly that. Like, just shoot. Just let it fly. Don't hesitate, because if you're worried about it, if you're just that moment of hesitation, then you're not going to hit the shot. Just let it fly. That is what they're trying to promote to both KZ and Chima. And he even said Chima in practice today, like, caught fire. And it's like, he kept saying, like, see, look how much easier the game is for all of us when that is who you are. And it's going to take a little while for these guys to really figure it out and to really settle in. I mean, unfortunately for like KZ Okpala, this is his 4th year in the league. He barely played. It's something like 63 or 64 games in his career. Maybe it's 68. But like even his minutes are right around like 700 minutes over 3 years. That's nothing. You know, I expect Keegan Murray to play 700 minutes in his first 30 games. You know, and so it's really difficult to start to show people who and what you are in the league when you don't have that opportunity. And look, it may not last long. Then again, it could be like a defining player for the Kings. He could be their version of like Matisse Thybulle, but you just don't know until you see it in actuality. And I'll keep saying this. In order for him to work, number one, he's got to hit the 3. Number 2, Darren Fox has to take that on himself too. He's got to hit the 3 ball. Sabonis, he needs to hit the 3 ball. Like if they want to have a defender in their starting lineup, someone who can really help them and carry the load for them, then they have to carry the load for him on the other end. They've got to be able to, you know, create the space to make him work and even create the space for him to be the cutter that he can be. And I think that's one thing too. Both Okpala and Monecki, they're absolutely tremendous cutters. And that just, if you have cutters all around, you need shooters and you need cutters around Sabonis. And that's the role that they can play. If they can hit the wide open shots in the corner, that's huge. That will open the spacing. But if they can also cut hard and be, you know, in motion and active all game long, they can make an impact as well.
Yeah.
James, the line you used over the weekend over on thekingsbeat.com, which everybody should become a premium subscriber for. I believe we got a Kings Beat off the record happy hour coming up this week with Katie Christensen that you should be a part of. Only premium members get to be a part of that. I believe that you Mike Brown trying to find joy within this group. And that kind of falls into line with some of the things that we hear about Mike Brown and kind of the way he portrays himself. But, you know, the one thing I thought about as I read that is, you know, it's you know, it's probably easy to talk about things like that and even find joy for this team right now. But going to a question that we've asked ourselves many times here in this offseason, what happens when they hit some adversity? Will they still be able to find that joy? Will they be able to find ways to kick out and to get themselves, you know, back without, you know, 3 losses becoming 5 or 5 losses becoming something much worse? Like, will they be able to handle that adversity and get back to, you know, the way that they feel right now collectively as a team?
You know, I've covered this team for so long, and I think one of the worst things is when you see the joy leave a player. And, like, I know people, you know, like, you play basketball for a living, you make X amount of money, but that doesn't matter. Like, we all play sports, or a good portion of us have. Like, when you're losing, it wears on you, you know? And when you're losing 5 straight years, like Darren Fox has, or 3.5 years, like Harrison Barnes has, I mean, that's the problem with Harrison Barnes. It's not like Harrison Barnes doesn't like Sacramento. It's not like he doesn't like, you know, the training facility or the fans or anyone else. He doesn't like losing. And that's something that, like, when you watch the losses stack up and the joy leave the building, it's really hard, because we kind of know, like, when we're covering a team, that moment when it's over, like, there's no question. You can feel it. I mean, not everyone is intuitive and sees it or feels it, but, like, if you've been around long enough, you walk in the locker room and you feel that it's gone, and you know, and it's a really hard thing. And I think one of the biggest challenges for Mike Brown is for the players who have been here a long time, which is, we're down to like 3 players who have been here a long time. You know, it's only Fox, Barnes, and Holmes that are here more than 3 years, right? But when you have that, though, like their default setting as players has become to, like, not embrace the losing, but to, like, feel it and let it impact them and let the thing grow. And so you have to, like, get that out of the players somehow. And you've got to create an environment where they feel like that this isn't going to, like, that a 3-game losing streak isn't going to become 7 or 6 out of 8. Like, those are things where you just feel the snowball. And so I think that, like, this is a coach that is coming in with, like, this incredible, like, mindset and personality and smile and energy to him. But he's also brought in pieces that do that same thing. You know, a guy like Chima that just changes the room. You know, a guy like Keegan Murray that, like, nothing is going to faze that guy. Like, he's going to come in and do his job, and he's going to quietly go about doing his thing. But again, it's a different way of resetting the roster. A guy like Davion Mitchell that, when things go wrong, that guy just goes in the gym for an extra 2 hours a day. I mean, and that's how you start to wake up out of this. And hopefully you haven't done so much damage to some of the veteran players that they can't be part of that. And you just have to test it. You have to see how it goes.
I've got a quick surprise for everybody here. This is different. We've got tickets to give away.
Oh.
December 7th, Golden One Center, Adam Sandler. You heard that right. Adam Sandler is performing at the Golden One Center on December 7th. And we have got your tickets right now. Caller number 1,320 at 916-909-1320. And that's caller number 1,320 or 3. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. We'll get you all set up again. Caller number 3. December 7th, Adam Sandler at the Golden One Center.
That's interesting.
It is interesting. That's a tough thing to just pick up and do. I know he's been doing, like, he's gone back to doing stand-up at different spots that he's like pretty regularly. But I remember hearing Eddie Murphy tell a story about how he tried to, you know, he wanted to get back into stand-up, and he would go to the, you know, the Comedy Store and all those spots in LA. He's just like, I can't do this anymore. Like, you have to live in this stuff every day. You have to write every day. You have to read every day. You have to be up on everything that has happened every day. And if you're not, you can't do this. And man, Adam Sandler stepping out there and doing it again. Golden One Center.
I got to be honest with you. I'm not like a huge Adam. I don't have a problem with Adam Sandler. He's fine. I watched, some of his movies. It's all good, whatever the case may be. I'm interested to see what this looks like. I absolutely would be interested to see what Adam Sandler's stand-up tour would look like.
Probably a lot of singing.
Yeah, have you ever listened to his comedy albums? They're incredible. Like his old comedy stuff is absolutely spectacular. It's more like there is a lot of singing, but I think it'll be more like variety show type deal. Like, Martin Short and Steve Martin go around on tour and they do a bunch of different things. But Adam Sandler, he was a SNL guy forever. So I think it'll be fun.
Well,
different, and appropriate.
No, got to be honest. I'm now less interested.
We need to get him some. We need to get him some D'Lo and Casey gear because he'll probably do the whole tour with Dan Patrick shirts on. We need to get him some D'Lo and Casey gear to do
5X D'Lo and Casey shirt and
at minimum, yeah,
shorts.
and that's the other great thing about Adam Sandler is he's probably going to do the show in basketball shorts and sneakers. Like he'll just come straight from a pickup game that he had with whatever members of the Kings are around, and he'll just come out and guys, I got to go do the show. I don't have time to shower. I'm just going to.
He's gonna
walk out with the towel on my shoulder and go do the show.
It's got to be good because he's got to make us forget 8 of the 10 movies he did for Netflix that were just so bad that you couldn't even watch them, and you want your hour and they got down to an hour and 20 minutes. You I want my hour and 20 minutes back. I don't even know how you stretched it out that long. He made a lot of bad movies.
I think the last Adam Sandler movie I watched was, and I'm in the minority with this one, so whatever, was the Uncut Gems movie.
Oh, I didn't like it at all.
Thank you. I did not like it.
And
I knew what it was. It's not like I wasn't expecting Happy Gilmore. I knew he was playing a different role. I think part of the reason I didn't like that movie is, you've got to see this. It's Adam Sandler's most incredible role. I feel like this movie started and the plot was halfway through, in the first scene. What the hell is happening right now? Yeah. I didn't like it.
I think you were hoping that what happens happen the whole time. Right. The anxiety that they kind of put you through and the frustration and how you wanted to you're well, I think I know how this is going to end, and I think I have to stick around to make sure it does happen that way. So I won't spoil it, but the one thing he did do, the basketball movie, was really good.
Oh, that's right. That was good. I saw that. That's the Ant-Man movie. Oh yeah, that was good. I forgot about that.
That's what I was about to say. Awesome. He bounced back. Yeah,
that was good.
You gotta get some credit for that.
Yeah, but
he just
Zohan
makes
was
so
bad.
many movies. Ugh. He makes so many movies. He made 6 movies in 2020. We were all trapped at home, and Adam Sandler's just out there cranking out films.
I think he had a specific number of movies he had to make for Netflix, and of those, almost every single one of them was just bad. Even the Jennifer Aniston one, I think that was him. Where they did basic murder mystery. Yeah, none of it was good. Yeah.
I don't like the way this is sounding for.
Well, you won't believe this, James. There's a Murder Mystery 2 coming out.
Oh, come on.
On Netflix. God, he must have signed. He must have signed a 50 movie deal with Netflix.
Yeah, some of them were bad. Yeah.
The first time I saw Adam Sandler, anybody remember? Anybody? Bueller? Oh, yeah. We're not allowed to talk about it anymore. He was on the Cosby Show.
Oh.
I do remember that.
Yeah,
we're not remember that.
We're not allowed to talk about that anymore, but he was definitely on the Cosby Show. Him and Cockroach. We'll come back. We'll get back to talking Kings basketball here with James Ham of the Kings Beat, our Kings Insider. We're just a couple of days away from the start of the regular season, and we'll get you prepared for that as D'Lo and KC roll along here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Oh, man. Oh, that's true. Katie's allowed to talk about it, which is the all-time. That was an all-timer.
Yeah.
Might be
to
my
get on-
favorite Katie Christensen moment ever.
Yeah. I'm excited to get her on the happy hour though.
Yeah, for sure.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it this Thursday? When is it?
It's this Thursday. Yeah,
Yeah.
from 5:30 to 7:30. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
stuff.
I
I'm sure
gotta-
she's got some good Diana Taurasi stories.
See, I didn't even think about that. I'll mix in some of that. Well, I'm sure she has some Robert Sarver stories. So. Yeah, she worked for them after she left Sacramento.
Okay.
She worked for their digital team.
Okay. Did she do I feel like she did TV. Maybe she did TV for the Mercury.
She did not like full digital, but like sort of sideline and other stuff. Yeah.
Bought them in
I did watch-
2004. Wow. Yeah, I guess he's been the owner for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, the Adam Sandler thing's interesting. That should at least be fun. I don't know.
I think there's another big comedy show coming that I don't think we can announce yet. I'll take a quick Google and see if it's out there. It's on our internal sheet, but it's a big one, and it's at I believe it's at the Golden One Center, and it doesn't look like it's announced yet. I don't know when the announcement. I could check the email and see when the announcement time is. But yeah, they got comedy shows rolling through here.
Yeah.
Are you guys both big comedy show guys? Like,
No,
before,
I'm not.
I'm like,
I've been to so many of them. Yeah, I mean, I like comedy shows.
See, I haven't been to a lot of them, but we have a guy here in Lake of the Pines who used to be a stand-up and he used to do emceeing. So he'll bring up a bunch of his comedians, and we have comedy night here in the lake, which is pretty spectacular.
I just looked; it's still pending approval.
Oh, boo!
So no announcement yet, but it fits our show a little more than Adam Sandler does.
Hello.
I will leave it at that.
Let's see.
Interesting.
I'm trying to see. I don't see it.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh.
What's the date of the email?
That's funny.
One hosted perhaps the greatest comedy special in history.
Oh.
The other, well, the other.
Oh, never mind.
Hosted.
Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. It's all good. It's all good. I just saw it.
Okay.
Well, what's the date on the email? What was that?
James, I'm just gonna text you.
That'd be crazy.
Gallagher's brother.
Okay.
Kevin Hart was announced. Yep, he's here.
Boy, Lake Show, like you're really obsessed with this. Yes, I just talked about, I did see Uncut Gems, and I was excited when what happened at the end happened. So yes.
I just thought that. Oh, Kevin Garnett was so good. Why? He was Kevin Garnett. Like he literally played Kevin Garnett in a movie.
That's like saying that Snoop Dogg is really good. It just plays, he just plays Snoop Dogg. Like it is what it is.
Well, he was really good at Baby Blue.
Oh, they absolutely did. Hey guys, hit the thumbs up, please. We are approaching quick refresh.
We got a ton.
Yeah,
of
we're
thumbs up.
approaching 200. We got to be 200 plus every day now. Now it's basketball time. Come on now.
Yeah.
We got to be at minimum 200 plus every day.
We broke 200 on the pod the other night. Yeah, I was surprised.
Yeah, live stream the live version of your pod was cooking.
Yeah. We're gonna do a live version tonight at 9:00 too.
Oh man, wait a minute.
It's
We're
lit.
coming back. Hang on. The Kings Beat After Dark tonight. Live version of the Kings Beat podcast with Sean Cunningham, Brendan Nunez, and of course our 1320 Kings insider James Ham. I'll watch it in the morning. But everybody else who doesn't go to bed early can watch that beginning at 9:00. Make sure you head over to YouTube and search out the Kings Beat channel. Hit the subscribe buttons there. James, I guess the simplest way of asking is, how real do you think this defense we saw this preseason was?
Yeah, it has to be tested. Like, it's one thing to do it against, like, I don't even know what that trash was the Lakers put out there in the last half. It's one thing to show defense against, 6 guys that you're surprised even made a preseason roster. And I would say the same thing, like, I got that vibe from Portland a couple of times where you're like, holy cow, is this, when we go deep here, well, let's just be honest. The Kings spent money to make sure that their 20-man roster was solid all the way to number 20. And not a lot of these other teams did. And it showed. It showed a lot. So, we have to see, it can't just be 5 games. It's got to be 65, 70 games out of the 82 where they kind of set themselves up and rely on their defense as much as they do their offense. And I know Harrison Barnes talked about this, just about how, we have to make sure that there's a base to fall back on, that when things go wrong and when shots aren't falling, that we can rely on our defense to get us through. If we got to eke out a 1 or a 2 point or a 3 point win, because we play defense, not because we hit 23s, that's great. And then I think I'll point this out too. Like Kenny asked about it earlier about, or you mentioned it earlier about not having Herter, not having Keegan Murray in the preseason game against the Lakers. They hit 23s without Herter and Murray. And I mean, you can basically just write in pen like 6 threes a game from those guys combined, like a minimum, I would think. And that's huge. If you can go into a game and just everyone's moving the ball, everyone's engaged, good offense is going to make for a much better defense. And so I do think that there are a lot of things to like about what we're seeing so far. They're a much better rebounding team, like what we talked about. All these things tie in together. And so do I think that they're going to be a lockdown defensive team? No. But if you're better in every single one of the other aspects of the game, if your offense is more efficient, if you're a better rebounding team, then it just gives you a chance on the other end. And I don't think that they've given themselves a chance for a few years.
So it's interesting you say that, James, because I'm with you, right, with the 3-point shooting. And, I've thrown out the number I don't think they'll make 20 a night, but if they made 15 to 17, that I could see them being around that range. Well, somebody in the chat, they brought it up and they said the league leader last year was 14 a night, making 14 a night. It was Minnesota Timberwolves. So 15 to 17 would be way past.
Outlandish. Yeah.
So, but I mean, is it conceivable, in your opinion, that this could be one of the top 3-point teams in the league this year, as far as made threes a night? Obviously it would be 15, but I mean 13 to 15 a night made.
Yeah, I think it's totally possible. This team is built to do that. I mean, really, they are. And it's not just that you have the shooters. That's one thing. That's one part of it. you have an elite guard at breaking down the defense who feeds shooters, and you have an elite passing big man. So I'll even point this out. Like, was it Friday night? That's the last preseason game, right? We had this weird malfunction where the NBA stats didn't work at all. It was horribly frustrating. But we had tallied in the first half, and I knew that there were 10 threes hit in the first half. So in the second half, we started tallying, and I started going through them in my head. I remember Davion hit 2. I remember Trey Lyles. Davion hit 2, I think, near the end of the third. Trey Lyles hit 2. And then I remember Keon Ellis hitting 3. And then I remember Sam Merrill hitting 1. And then there was, Dellavedova hit 1. So I'm like, okay, I'm at 19 threes without even, like, I know there had to have been more. And I wasn't even paying attention really for the first, 5 or 6 minutes to that stat to see if any of the starters had hit any. So anyway, when I opened up the box score this morning, because it is there now, they went back and redid the stats for the whole, for that Friday night game. I was shocked. I didn't know that Darren Fox had 21 points. And it was like an effortless 21 points. Sabonis, I think 10 points, 9 assists, 12 rebounds.
Yep.
Absolutely stunning that guy in a preseason game without 2 of his best shooters had 9 assists. So these are stats where you're starting to look at the 3-point shooting and I'll even say the rebounding. I think they can be an elite 3-point shooting team, and I think they can be an elite rebounding team. And if you can do those 2 things, this team has a shot. They have a shot to be really good. Not 1, 2, 3 seed good, but they've got a shot to be like a team that shocks everybody. If you can do those 2 things. And I think the biggest thing is that Mike Brown is coming from a Warriors system where we're seeing this very distinct style of offense, right? All the way through camp, we're seeing this motion offense where they're starting to learn the wrinkles of this motion offense. And then I'm pretty sure in the last 2 practices, they've installed a bunch of other play sets that they hadn't had before. But the goal was to get through preseason working on this new style, get this new style ingrained in your head. And now we're going to give you 5 or 6 different pick and roll variations with different 2-man tandems that you can use, or they're going to give them something other than what we've already seen. And that's where I think this thing can really take off, when we start the basic flow of the offense and how everybody's moving, everybody's cutting, the cuts are hard, everyone's on top of everybody, everyone can bring the ball up the court. We start piecing all these things together, and I think they can be a shockingly intriguing team this season.
Trey Lyles has a pretty certified spot in this rotation, doesn't he?
I don't know.
Let me be a better journalist. Does Trey Lyles have a certified spot?
Yes.
Does he have a certified spot in this rotation?
I thought you were going to hit me with a 2-part.
No, I never do that. His role in the preseason was just so weird. He had the second half where he started, and I think he started a game. The first one Keegan missed, and it was he played really well Friday, but and I don't mean this not to disparage. Trey Lyles played really well. Everybody played really well on Friday, and he's one that I just haven't really been able to. I don't know what Mike wants from him.
Let's just start at the beginning, because we did this early on. We know right now Fox, Davion Mitchell, Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter all have a role. We know that Harrison Barnes has a role. We know that Sabonis and Rashawn Holmes are in the rotation. We know that Keegan Murray is in the rotation. 8 players.
We're sure about Rashawn.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm pretty sure.
I'm just asking questions.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Journalist.
So we're at 8. We're at 8. Now, we haven't said KZ Okpala's name, right? So now we're at 9. We haven't said Terrence Davis. We haven't said Chuma Moneke. We're talking about Trey Lyles. So, look, this is going to be an 8.5, 9.5 man, 9.5, maybe 10-man rotation. But I don't buy a 10-man rotation. It's going to be tight. So I think Trey Lyles deserves a shot. But if Keegan Murray's healthy, what does that mean for Trey Lyles? And that's a problem. And if Kevin Huerter's healthy, he's going to play 30 minutes a night. Malik Monk's going to play 24 minutes tonight. I think we've already seen Davion Mitchell might not play 20 minutes tonight, at least early.
Wow.
We've already seen it, right? Like in preseason, we've already seen it that he's in there for a few minutes and then it's right back to Fox. So if he's Fox's backup, just like if Rashawn Holmes is Sabonis's backup, if they're not mixing and matching those guys with their counterpart, with their starter, then those guys are 14 to 16 minutes a night. Not even that.
Yeah.
12 to 14 minutes tops. And that's tough. So where are you going to find extra minutes? And that's where like Mike Brown is up against it because he just found a bunch of minutes with KZ Okpala. And at the end of the day, if the thing happens that happened last year with this team where everyone was confused as to why Mo Harkless was playing, and then we got to like his 30th start and the Kings were like 15-15 in games that he started, and for a team that's like 12 games under 500, how is that possible? I think we're going to have to see, like, Mike Brown is going to play the numbers. If KZ Okpala, if they're winning, or if they're plus minus when KZ Okpala is off the charts, he's going to keep playing. And so that other door might not open for someone else. It's interesting.
I feel like my man TD's in a really tough spot.
I agree. And the crazy thing about it with him, and tell me if you feel differently. I maybe I'm wrong on this one, but I feel like in the preseason he's played fine. He's had ups and downs for sure. That's the type of player he is. But you think about Friday night, like he was running a point a little bit out there, and I thought he was fine. He went in 14 points, 5 of 10 from the field. I thought he was active defensively. Yeah, he's in a tough spot, and it's not even like he's played his way into that spot, right? It's just the nature of the beast, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll even take it this way. Like, there's a possibility he's the opening night starter. If Herter can't go.
So that was you brought that up with Mike Brown. That's interesting.
I did. Like I said, what does it mean? Are you going to leave Malik Monk with the second unit, or are you going to put him with the starters? And I mean, because of the Fox and Monk connection, I think that there's a higher likelihood that he just puts Monk in the starting lineup. And also, I think because Terrence Davis and Malik Monk, in a lot of instances, are like they're interchangeable. Like they really are a very similar style of player. And so, like, look, I think there's a good chance that Terrence Davis could be an opening night starter or a rotational player on opening night and then not play for a while. Like, we just don't know. It depends on Herter's health, number one. And then it really does depend on, Keegan Murray, how long it takes him to get out. And then from one night to the next, like I know Brendan at practice today had asked Mike Brown about like sort of this idea that he was going to switch out his power forwards all the time. And he said, you know what, let's hold off and wait and see what I do. Like, give me like 5 or 10 games to see if I actually do switch out guys or not, because I might not. And so that was like pretty telling.
Brandon again, pissing everybody off with his questions.
Getting everyone angry.
Nunez.
I could see Mike like every day showing up to the game. Well, you see that? I didn't switch out the power forward spot, Brandon Nunez. Yeah, so I think it's interesting. Like, they've got a lot of like intriguing things that they can do. It's a puzzle, and Mike Brown is going to be trying to figure out how all the pieces fit together for a while. That's just the nature of the beast, especially as a new coach with a team. But like, the one good thing about him is that he has the experience. 31 years in the league. This is his 9th season as a head coach. Like, he can see these things. He knows what like the possibilities are, where that's why I'll keep coming back to the fact that I don't think Chauncey Billups and, certainly Darvin Ham, this is his first time running his own show. Like, they don't have the experience to understand when it's going. And I'll even say this, I don't like either of their rosters. No. I don't. Like, I don't love either of their rosters. And, like, he doesn't have that versatility that we talked about earlier about, if you're not getting enough of something, Mike Brown's got something different on his bench he can throw at you. And kind of like he knows what he has. And then I brought this up to Fox today. Like, we talked about this the other day on the radio, how like his rookie season, he was one of 5 rookies on the roster. And then they also had drafted 3 rookies a year before in Papianis, Malachi Richardson, and Scalo BCR. And then they had traded for Buddy during the season as a rookie. So they had, in his first season, they had 9 first and second year players. That's crazy. Like, there's no way to win when nobody knows who they are and what they are in the league. That's just not the case with this year's roster. You don't have to look around the room and think, I don't know what that guy's supposed to do, or he doesn't know who he's going to be yet. Like, even the guys that you're bringing in, like Achima Moneke, he's 26 years old. That dude knows exactly what his job is. Go in there and mess with LeBron and then try to, like, catch a body. Go in there and, like, catch a body on a rebound, catch a body, like, hammering a ball down. Go in there and fight and give us energy. Like, KZ Okpala, go in there and play defense. Shut down the best player they have. Okay, I got it. But then go around the regular rotation. Like, Davion Mitchell knows what his role is. It's to stop everybody. It's to do some inline drives. It's to hit wide open shots. Kevin Huerter, same thing,
But see, that's kind of what I was talking to Damien about, and he agreed. We were in agreement with this. Is they have guys that are focused and understand being a star in your role, and that's, we were talking about KZ Okpala and Moneke, and why they're possibly valuable on this team, and what Mike Brown has preached to this guy. The coaching staff has preached to these guys. Monty McNair brought them in, and then buying in. Man, KZ, Moneke, you guys might have 3 shot attempts combined in a game, but you're still able to impact the game. You're still able to go out there and be the best defender you be. Get a couple offensive rebounds, help defense, things of that nature. And not only do that, but be okay with it. So many guys, they may do it begrudgingly, or they just won't do it at all. These guys, they understand being a star in your role, and I think that's going to bode well for this team in a major way.
Yeah, but I'll add this. I think I can say the same thing about Davion. I can say the same thing about Malik Monk. I can say the same thing about Kevin Huerter. I can say the same thing about Harrison Barnes. Even Rashawn Holmes. Rashawn Holmes knows play hard defense, roll to the rim hard, rebound. He knows what his role is. And so I think this is one of the first times I've seen where you do have so many defined roles. I mean, Trey Lyles, when he walks on the floor, he's not out there looking for 20. He knows exactly who and what he's supposed to be. If he's open, he shoots it. If he can, he's got to go get the rebound. He's got to stay in front of his man. Like, there are very specific things these guys know they have to do. And so, like, look, I really do think it's that Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox did a really nice job of putting together like a pretty stable roster for Mike Brown to work with. I still think that, they need more talent. That's just, it is what it is, like if you could add like an all-star talent at name that position, it still would help this team, like take them from, again, from that like 6 to 11 range to maybe a 4 to 8 range where you're solidifying yourself. But, I still like the direction that they're going.
Do we know, I don't want this to come across as dramatic, but do we know how like Keegan's feeling? I know he phoned in to the fan fest yesterday and it all seemed good there, but I'm thinking about Rashawn, who had a non-COVID related illness, but did not feel great. Like when he returned, he had the stomach issue, and even when he came back, it wasn't the best, and he was kind of battling through practice. Do we know what state of health and safety protocols Keegan is in? Is he in the James Ham state or the no, he'll be fine state?
Yeah, I don't know. And I mean, I wasn't that sick, but I certainly, like 8 days in, I know I got winded walking upstairs. Like, it just depends on how you're doing. Like, I even remember I had people complaining in the chatty house and on the podcast because I was breathing into the mic too hard.
I remember that.
And it's like, man, like I'm literally
get over
like,
it, Ham.
I can't
breathing into the microphone.
I can't give it to you through the microphone, but like maybe you should put a mask on because maybe you deserve it in that case. Like, wow, you're going to go at me because I'm breathing heavy. Like, I get it. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, we'll have to see how he's doing. We don't know. And, you know, like, again, they can't confirm that he actually has COVID.
Sure. Yeah, I realize that.
I mean, of course, they are not writing off as a non-COVID related illness anymore. It's now health and safety protocol. Sorry, we can't talk about it. So I get it.
That's so weird. Like, when are we going to get past this? Like, it's out there. Like, we've got to be able to address this. And he is everyone's darling rookie. We need to know that he's okay. Go subscribe to the Kings Beat newsletter, subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast, subscribe to the Kings Beat YouTube channel. There will be a live edition of the Kings Beat podcast tonight around 9:00, which should create a nice little Kings doubleheader because I think Deuce and Mo are back with Night Chat at 7:00. So ingrain yourself in Kings basketball, baby, because we're just a couple of days away from the start of the season. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We got some great things planned for you this week leading into the opening night game, of course, coming out of the opening night game, and then getting ready for the season. There's a back-to-back on Saturday and Sunday. So much more ahead. Again, appreciate you so much for being with us. We're headed to Yankees baseball. It's Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320, your home of Yankees baseball.
Go Yanks.
Oh, he can't hear you. I forgot. He can't hear you.
I seriously did not know we had back-to-backs on Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, L.A. and Golden State.
Wow.
Yeah, L.A. and Golden State. Oh, man. My girl's happy I'm home. You've been in here for hours.
I came home and there was no one here except for the 3 dogs. I was scurrying to get everything together because I like literally rolled in, opened up the laptop, plugged everything in, was like popping on. But they've been great. The dogs are hiding by the front door waiting for everyone else to get home.
Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to sign off because we've got to talk here a little bit. And... man, we'll see you guys tomorrow. We're
in the studio tomorrow, man.
Yeah, we're in studio tomorrow, Wednesday, probably Thursday. I don't know. We'll figure it out, but we're definitely in there tomorrow.
Lambeau Field tomorrow. Our home game is going to be at Lambeau. I think
nobody's going to want to come see us in wintertime, baby. Nobody's going to want to come see us in wintertime.
Once you get to doing that, they should have 2 home arenas and stadiums. Bring it back.
You could just turn around and turn up the thermostat. That would be.
No, I was just saying. No, I was talking about. Remember, I told you earlier. The Packers used to play. They used to have. Stadiums.
Yeah. Okay, guys, love you. Hit the thumbs up before you go. We'll see you tomorrow.